Man, I'm excited for this one, and the timing couldn't be any more perfect, as tonight, we're going to be playing the brand new release of The Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess. Not in any official capacity, because we have a decompilation port here tonight to play, called Dusklight. Originally named Dusk, which, from what I understand, the team changed the name of this project in particular to Dusklight, as there was a little bit of an issue with the original name with a specific indie game in particular sharing the same name. So to avoid any kind of confusion between a specific title from New Blood Interactive, they changed their name to Dusklight. Same project, just different name, but either way, Dusklight is a full-on decompilation PC port of The Legend of Zelda Twilight Princess, and you can play it on pretty much anything. So it's on Windows, Mac, Linux, and it's even available, one of the first times I've seen this from one of these kind of recomp or decomp ports, it's also available on mobile devices via iOS and Android. So right here I have my phone, for example, and I can just go ahead, tap this icon right here, and now there is Dusklight, which is Twilight Princess, running natively on my phone. So I can play the entire game via this method. As of right now, they don't have any touchscreen controls. From what I understand, this is supposed to be added into a future update. And in particular, right now, you're just playing this via a external controller, which I've heard this is great for those Android handheld machines in particular. A lot of people have been playing the game via that method. I ended up playing the entirety of Twilight Princess myself via the Steam Deck here, because on this device, I found it to be a perfect middle ground between playing the game portably and then also on a TV. And it's a very, very good running version of the game, having a lot of different features to it, as we'll be exploring here in a minute. But it runs buttery smooth on pretty much anything I played. I would hope so. This is technically a Nintendo GameCube game. From what I understand, as of right now, Dusklight just works with the GameCube release of Twilight Princess. In the future, I believe the team is looking into trying to get Wii and even Wii U support into the launcher. That way you can use other versions of Twilight Princess. But as of right now, this is based off of the GameCube release, but with some quality of life stuff from the Wii U game. So, I think without any further ado, we should load up Dusklight here so we can see exactly what this port offers us. So I'll go ahead and load it up. And I need to get a controller here. This works with any controllers you just saw on a pop-up. It works natively with GameCube controllers via the GameCube adapter. So if you're used to using a GameCube adapter for the GameCube emulator Dolphin, just works natively in this port, which is great. But as of right now, I'm going to just start real quick using a Switch Pro controller, as the Switch Pro controller has gyro support. So that's going to help. For right now, we need to build it, as I don't have a file on here. So just got to go ahead and get my copy of Twilight Princess. Again, this just works with the GameCube release at the current moment. All right, here's my copy. Load that up. And as soon as you load it up, you get an option between two different presets. You have Classic here, which basically plays exactly how it did back in the day on the GameCube. But if you want to play Twilight Princess in a more up-to-date fashion, I would choose the Dusk preset, which is what I'm going to be choosing. This gives you some slightly better graphics, has some quality of life into it as well. So I'm going to pick that. Before I go any further, I do want to see one other thing real quick. Oh, that is in here. Okay. Let me reboot it really quick, because I do have a file in here I don't want active just yet. I forgot I had that in here for testing. Hey, Kira, how you doing? The only difference between GameCube and Wii, besides the control, is just Wii is mirrored. And for that quick fix for Link being right-handed, technically yes, but there is slight other differences with the Wii version that some people do prefer or don't care for it, depending. I'll get into those here in a minute, because some of those options we will talk about, it's in Dusklight here as well. So I picked the Dusk preset, so as of right now we have shadow resolution just defaulting. You can actually mess with this all the way up to ×8, so I'm going to just set it to ×8. That just makes shadows look a little bit better. Bloom is the big one in this port. So originally you'll see some of this here in the intro. It's very subtle, but the original game had a very yellowish color to its bloom. The HD version on the Wii U does change this a bit, but here in this port, we have a new bloom engine called Dusk, which gives you some higher quality bloom passing, essentially just making the bloom look a little bit more detailed. It's extremely hard to notice it right away. I notice it in particular here on the edges of this bridge. So if I zoom in here, take a look at just the corners of this bridge. This is in Classic. This is in Dusk. It's very, very hard to notice this, but in some areas you might see a tiny bit different kind of bloom, if that makes sense. It's something you just have to play around with. I'm going to use Dusk. You can turn off bloom entirely if you just don't want bloom, which makes the Twilight areas look really weird. I will be honest. And you can even adjust its brightness too. So it's set to 100% by default. You can turn down the bloom if it's too aggressive or turn it up. So could just keep that to default. By default, speaking of, this game runs at an unlocked frame rate. So if I turn off VSync, turn on a frame rate counter here. Right now the game just in the menus at 200 frames per second. And you can tweak the internal resolution to make the game higher res or even lower res. Goes all the way up to a ×12, which is an insane... Yeah, my computer did not like going to ×12 graphics, because somehow that actually crashed OBS entirely. Not the game, funny enough, just OBS. I will mention, this game does have some weird oddities right now, at least in my experience, using OBS alongside of it to do any kind of game capturing. So keep that in mind. This just came out last week, so Dusklight here is still kind of in development. It's a fully playable game from start to finish, but there are going to be some weird oddities here and there you have to keep in mind. So we're not going to up that any more than a certain amount. I can go ×5. This is 4K. I think this is the highest I'll go. Anything past this is overkill, technically. But keep in mind you can actually up the internal resolution as high as your computer can handle. I should put it that way. You have free camera in this, which allows you to move the camera in a similar way that the Wii U version has, which is very nice to see. So you can turn on invert axis as well if you want that. You can actually also use gyro control. That's why we got the gamepad here from the Switch. I do need to change the default mapping because the default mapping is not ideal to me. Alright, now it's actually correct. Because it was defaulting to the GameCube controller, that's probably why. This emulates triggers, which is really going to be helpful in a lot of areas. I'll talk about that in a minute. So you don't have to worry about having analog triggers. This game just fixes that for you. There's also a turbo and a reset option. I just turned these on. Turbo lets the game move up to 4 times speed just by holding tab. So that's nice if you want to play the game a little bit faster. Good for some cutscenes. You have audio options here, but the big ones I like is no low HP sounds. You get rid of that annoying beeping when you're at like 1 heart. That's really nice. And Minda's Lament is one of the most beloved songs in Twilight Princess. Problem is, the song gets interrupted a lot in the beginning of the chase area because you have a bunch of enemies nearby, so it just defaults to enemy music. Dusklight gives you an option to turn off the enemy music during that sequence, which is fantastic, so you can listen to the whole music without any interruptions now. Gameplay-wise, we have a mirroring mode in this, so you can flip the world, just like you can in the Wii version, and also playing in hero mode on the Wii U one. So if you're a fan of the mirror mode from Wii, you can flip it. You can restore Wii 1.0 glitches. There were certain things that was patched from the original release of Twilight Princess after its original run, on the Wii. Most people won't even notice what's different here, but I'll turn it on just the showcase, I guess. I haven't ran into any of the glitches myself with this option, playing through the whole game. There's just one specific soft lock in your file I know you can restore with this, and that's like the only real glitch I know. You can move Link's model in the collection menu with the C-stick. There. Damage multiplier is huge because now you can make the game a lot harder. For reference, Hero Mode in the Wii U version made you take 2 times damage. Ganondorf Amiibo, when you scan the game, 2 times damage. So the highest that got is a damage multiplier of times 4. This, we can multiply it by another 4, going up to times 8. Making hard mode runs of this game even worse. But hey, if that's not enough punishment, there's one hit KO. So there's that. That's gonna suck. No hard drop as well, which is also like Hero Mode in the Wii U game. Here's all the quality of life. There's a lot of quality of life. You got bigger wallets, which is what's in the HD version. You get rid of the rupee cutscenes, so you don't have to see those every single time you grab a 5 rupee. Every time you start your game. You only see them once, just like in Wii U. Fast climbing from Wii U. Faster Tears of Light from Wii U. There's auto-saving in this. Instant saving just skips the writing the memory card part, because it doesn't need to exist. You can have this option on, which I like. Holding B for instant text, so you can get through text really fast if you just don't care for the story. No climbing miss animation, so Link doesn't stumble when he's trying to climb up on ledges or vines. No rupee return, just like in the Wii U version. If your wallet's full, you still collect rupees, so you can get that chest marked off your map. No sword recoil, so you don't bounce off the wall and just get stunned for a second. No second fish for cat, just like in the Wii U version. Catch 1 fish, you're done that sequence. 2 big ones we'll talk about in the game. There's Sun Song and quick transformations in this. But I'll show those once we're in the game itself. You have cheats, infinite all the things, including just freezing timers. So if you're having a hard section in the game, you want to get past it, just turn on one of these. And then you have moon jumping, super claw shot, always great spin, making it so you don't have to have full health just to do the spin. Fast iron boots, transform anywhere, fast roll, spinner, free magic armor, so they'll just eat up your rupees, and invincible enemies where they never die. I'll show off all these, you know, in time, so I'm not going to explain them all. But a lot of these are really fun to mess around with, I will admit. And then finally, you got an interface here. You can just tick certain options on or off. I will do advanced settings in particular, so we can take a look at some extra stuff as well. But now with all that, let's load the game. I forgot to turn the frame rate off, but thankfully you can open the menu back up at any time. And then just tweak your settings. Just like that. Hey Matt, how you doing? Oh yeah, you're aware if someone had the game crash during credits? Yeah, that's a problem I experienced too. In Linux, in particular. So if people are experiencing crashes in the credits on Twilight Princess right now in Dusk, it seems to be a Linux-specific bug. I think the devs know about it and they're trying to get it fixed. I watched the credits on my Steam Deck, and once I got to the Midna part of the credits where they're at the Mirror Twilight section, that's where it crashes. It doesn't crash if you're playing on Windows, in my experience, so it's not a big deal if it crashes during the credits, because you already beat the game. It's just kind of annoying. You can come down with a cold. Ooh, that wouldn't be good. Hopefully that's not the case, and just bad allergies for today. But either way, hope you feel better. I'm going to let this intro play really quick, because I just want to talk about one thing on the intro part. One, actually, there's 2 parts. This isn't in the Wii U version at all. Why? Number 2, here's the real reason. This is a video file. The one part of the game they just stretched out, unfortunately, in this port. So, thankfully, you can fix that. Lock 4:3 aspect ratio. There you go. Now it doesn't look like crap. So this is a video file originally in the game, that's why it wasn't in the Wii U version. And it's a 480i video. This PC port is de-interlacing it for you, so it just looks cleaner, but it's so choppy. The game is still, I think, internally running at a high frame rate. Yeah, it's still at my monitor's refresh. If I turn off VSync, yeah, the video is playing at a nice 500 FPS. I don't think I can see that with my naked eye. Like, at all. It's very choppy because of something to do with how it's deinterlacing the video. It doesn't look this choppy on original hardware. I definitely remember that from the Wii version. Hey, at least this has this intro cutscene, like, again, unlike the Wii U version. This is a big part of the game. I just wish they either recreated or just used the original video still. It's kind of dumb it's not in the Wii U version at all. One of the few things that was cut to the game when it was being ported. Also, this is very much 2006 video quality though, because man, this is blurry and kind of pixelated. But again, it's 480. 40i now at 480p. Either way, very small resolution. And the small resolution also has a downside of small bitrate. You can clearly see it. Alright, let's go back to widescreen. Hey, look, we got achievements! This game has achievement support as well. Don't mind half of the ones that are popping right now because this is a 100% save file, but the achievement list was blank. So I'm gonna get like 5 achievements, I think, right now, just for booting the file up, and most of them are all related for 100%. And I can check that by just going into the achievement menu here, and then we can see, I believe those are in collection? Yeah, here we go. It's in the collection menu. So there's 5 different tabs in this for achievements. There's challenges, collection, minigame, miscellaneous, and then glitched. Challenge is basically just beating the game in certain conditions. Some of them are literally just freebies, like Hero Twilight, deliver the finishing blow to Ganondorf. Beat the game, you get a free achievement. It's easy. But then you have other ones where it's a little bit harder, like Completionist, basically beating the game, having everything. Conquering all 50 floors of Cave Ordeals, but doing that also without any more than 3 hearts. You got speed running related ones here, like beating the game under 12 hours or under 6 hours. Beating the game with no deaths. Untouchable, killing 25 enemies in a row without taking damage. And they have stat trackers on here, so this one says 0 of 25. If I go to my collection, the Poe one says 460. So, easy to see how close you are to getting these achievements. This is a cool idea. And if you don't want these achievements, you can clear the whole list, or you can just clear, you know, little specific ones. Like, I don't want the bottle one, get rid of it. And it just resets. But once you meet the condition again, you can get the achievement. So these are not one and dones. You can get these multiple times in a playthrough. You can just reset them, which is cool. I will say, some of these are a little specific and not many people are going to get, because from what I understand, a lot of the people who worked on this PC port, they're speedrunners for Twilight Princess. And you can really see that when you go to the glitch tab in particular, like the back in time glitches here, early Master Sword, earliest Master Sword, which is the same idea, but getting it before Midna. Hey, I'm talking, sir. Wow, where was I? Hero of Time, beating the game in under 4 hours, so you can see how hard some of these achievements are. Don't expect to get all these achievements unless you know how to speedrun Twilight Princess, because some of these are going to be really difficult. But I do like the idea of having achievements in this game. This is pretty cool. Alright, but on this file, I do have all the items unlocked, so I can show. Here's your gyro movement. I do think by default, though, it is a little sluggish. So what I like doing is going into the input, and then I go into sensitivity, and I just increase it to 200%. And then from here, this feels like how it would playing in the HD version on the gamepad. This feels a lot better. Now, right now, I have the game, what is it, internally rendering at 1080p. But you can definitely tell the rest of the world is not in 1080p. It's kind of crunchy. Like, I look at the wall and everything around me here, like with the grass and the stone. textures are low resolution in this because the game is still running internally at 480p in terms of textures. I do think the models get an upgrade in this. You can definitely see the model quality looking a lot better. Anti-aliasing is so much better, so there's no jagged lines. But yeah, textures are kind of low res in this. So one thing you can do is you can actually open up your data folder here, and you can do things like texture replacements. So I have a few, and let's just show off one of them. This is the one I prefer personally, so I'm just going to drag this right into the folder. Boot the game back up. Already looking a lot sharper because this is the HD version's texture pack. So if you're familiar with the Wii U version of Twilight Princess like myself, this is the one to go with because it makes everything so sharp looking. Like, look at the detail here on the walls. My shield is a lot better. I don't look as dirty anymore. Not to mention the grass around me, the texture quality on everything has gotten a major facelift. And it looks even better when you start bumping the internal resolution up. So this is at 4K, and now the game looks really nice. Like seriously, this is the way to play right now. And the game's running at a high frame rate too, so it looks nice, it's very smooth. It's really good. Alright, but let me quit out of here, because I'm going to show another one really quick. Drag this into the folder, and boot the game back up. This is the one I've seen a lot of people talk about. Twilight Princess 4K. This is a 4K texture pack in particular, but it's based around a mix of the original game's look, and then some new design choices. This one I've heard a lot of people mixed on. Don't get me wrong, it looks really nice. Again, high quality detail here with the environments and such. But something about the characters just look a little off. The art style in this is not the same as the original game's art style. And you can see it in some areas, but the fact that you can use custom texture packs like this is still a really cool thing to see. And it does change a lot of how you play this game, which is really, really nice. Like now, let me go to a different area so we can see some of that in effect. So I'm going to just warp. So I'm going to go to Faron Woods, and we'll take a look at the spring here. And already, the area around just looks a lot cleaner and sharper. Let me get Epona so I can see her texture quality. I haven't really played with this texture pack, so I don't know how everything looks. Yeah, all these ports coming out right now is a really cool thing to see. It's just funny, all the timing of these ports in general, because they've all been in the work for a few years, but a lot of them are finishing up around the same time. Yeah, okay, Epona looks kind of weird in this one, I'm not gonna lie. It seems like her color was altered a bit, because she looks a little lighter than normal. That's what looks a little weird to me. But the spring here looks really good. Ooh, Link's clothes when they're wet looks really detailed in this texture pack. A nice dark green. I don't prefer that look, actually. Grass is also detailed here, too, which I think was just a recent thing fixed in Dusklight, because previous versions didn't have detailed grass like this, no matter the texture pack. Let me warp somewhere else here. Let's see. Can I do a Twilight section? Yeah, I want to do a Twilight section, because then it can also detail something here. So let me go here to Kakariko. Right now, this out looks normally. But I want to change that. So thankfully I have some debug tools here. I have a save editor. So Twilight cleared, we're just going to bump it down. Oh, White Midna glitch, nice. I got a random glitch achievement just by messing with Twilight. Oh, the Tears of Light. I was like, what's happening? This file had them all collected already, so I think this is going to be messy. I think I should just do that from the file select. Here we go. Title screen file will work for this. There you go. That's a lot more like it. This will also demonstrate the bloom thing, too. So here's the dusk bloom. This is the original. Notice how it's a lot more yellow in some areas? You lose some detail on certain things in the background because of how bright the bloom was in the original GameCube release. While dusk still keeps that lightish color of the area, but making it more, I would say, realistic, honestly, on lighting. It looks more like what a game today would look like on bloom. Here's the Twilight area without the bloom, though, and this is the weird part to me. It just looks so off. Like, these guys now look blue. Like, this is just wrong. So much about this just looks very weird to me without bloom. But hey, if you want to play the game like this, you can. The only difference now in the Twilight area is just going to be the black squares flying out of the sky. But again, I kind of prefer dusk look because this is a good mix between bloom from the original and a more modern take. Kind of almost like the Wii U version on bloom. Because the original classic look kind of made everything a little blurred in some areas. Like, they use a little bit of a blur filter and everything. Not to mention just how harsh the lighting can be. I need to see what the spirit looks like, though, without the bloom. Kind of weird to do this because my gyro's trying to take over from standard stick control. Yeah, that spirit looks very different without the bloom on. It's really weird. That's enough of this texture pack. I'm not the biggest fan of the 4K one myself. It looks okay, but I prefer the HD look. So I just want to load that file up briefly so I can show off some stuff. But now I'm going to play some of the game here with a fresh file. Kind of just show things from the very beginning. I'm going to clear all my achievements for that reason. Because I don't want it to get a little confused here. They're all cleared now. Yeah, they should be all good. So this is back to using HD textures. So if you're used to the Wii U version, this is how the game looked. Although, I do find one thing kind of funny. In real time, you can just flip the world. Nice flipping. By the way, this is the fast B text. Instant, instant, instant. Oh yeah, I almost forgot to show one other thing before I start. I forgot to mention those two songs. I think we should look at those really quick before I actually do... Or those two button commands, I should say. One of them was a song, so spoilers. Because I won't have access to this for a while without wolf form. Hey, I got my achievements back. So if I press in... To make sure what button's what. Okay, so if I do... R and Y... It's not working on this because the... I know why. By default, you should go in if you're using digital triggers. And make sure these are set to not bound. And then emulate trigger being on. Also, I'm close to people, that's why. There we go. R and Y will transform you into a wolf instantly. So this is instant transform, something I was introduced in the Wii U version, exclusive using the gamepad for dumb reasons. And then also something that was ported to the GameCube version via mods over the years. If you hold R and X, then you can pull up a song menu. Normally, you have to howl to specific songs and howling stones, but here, we already have one made for us. Sun Song from Ocarina of Time. Nothing happened right now. But let's go to an area. I'm trying to think what's a good one. I think Kakariko Gorge is probably where I'm going to go. Oh, the bridge though. I was like, what's going on? Yeah, that's right. This file doesn't have the bridge. I'll go Castletown then. Let's do the speed up so we get there faster. So it's holding tab. This file is so messed up, man. All the Tears of Light, but it's still Twilight. You know what? No, this is fine. I think this is demonstrating something else, which is funny. Yeah, I saw an article about that earlier today, Kira. Mario Galaxy movie getting a digital release since the 19th, which is funny. Because why am I here? Okay, the game really doesn't know what to do in this file. It's that screwed up. Let's fix the Tears of Light thing then. I read that earlier, what you're talking about. And it's funny because we were literally just talking about that on Tuesday. When's the movie coming out? We don't really know. Haven't heard anything. And then 2 days later, they give us a date. It's just very on brand, it feels like, when you're talking about something as a streamer, and then boom, it just happens. Oh, I can't get through here. Well, that's where I should use some of these cheats. Because I spawned inside of a wall, so I can't move. Moon jump. R plus A. And you go flying. If you're familiar with playing around with cheat codes on GameCube or Wii, then this is probably a code you're used to. But right here, let's do Sun Song. Now you can see time passing, and now it's night. This is really useful for finding Poe souls, because now you can just get the soul whenever. You don't have to wait around. You don't have to go all the way to Arbiter's Grounds and go through the entire dungeon just to pop out, or go to the Palace of Twilight, which will automatically make it night as well, because that was the worst part about this game. Most of the stuff was always happening at night for collecting stuff, and there's no way of making it night until endgame. It's terrible. But here, just play your classic Sun Song, and that fixes all your issues. Such a nice quality of life. Not even the Wii U version does that. All they did in that version was give you an extra lantern to sniff out Poe souls, which didn't fix the problem. It just told you had to wait around this area for a while now. That's it. Let's look at some of those other cheats before I swap files. Super Claw Shot. This is a fun one. So, first things first, before I do anything else, I'm going to map the custom action. First person to the right stick clicking. That's how it worked on Wii U, so that's just going to be easier for me. If I go to cheats, let's get this prepared. This is my Claw Shot normally. Has a certain reach, and it doesn't attach to every surface, only certain things. Turn on Super Claw Shot. Notice how everything now has a Claw Shot reticle. And it doesn't matter how far away it is. You can go. So this makes it very easy to travel the whole map in like seconds. Always great spin. That's pretty self-explanatory, so I'm not going to show that. Fast Iron Boots I will, though. So this was your default walking speed with Iron Boots. Really slow. Fast Iron Boots gives you a nice quality of life, introducing the randomizers. You just walk at normal speed. This doesn't stop your jump attacks, or your jump, like, back and forth, backflip, stuff like that. It doesn't stop that from being just shortened from the Iron Boots, but now you can just run at full speed. Transform Anywhere is self-explanatory as well. That will allow you to transform even when people are looking at you. So, again, a cheat code you probably messed around with years ago if you were messing with codes on GameCube or Wii. Fast Roll just lets you move so much faster with the rolling. It's actually insane. Another thing you can move faster with is the spinner. So this is the normal spinner speed, but if I hold R, go a little bit faster. This has more speed than the randomizer from what I remember, because you can get some insane speed in TP Rando using the spinner, but here, not in the same way. Still lets you do stuff you weren't able to do normally, like I can get down here to get this chest, which I couldn't have done that before. Here's the quality of life from the Wii U version, by the way. I had a full wallet, but I was able to put that 100 into my double amount, which Giant's wallet's a little funky in this now. It says 1,000 rupees is 2,000. That might be changed in a future version, who knows, where they actually add the items in from Wii U, so the menu's correct. Free magic armor is pretty self-explanatory. It just doesn't burn 3 rupees now, but I want to try invincible enemies. That sounds fun. So let's warp somewhere for some enemies. How about we go into miscellaneous and go to Cave of Ordeals. We'll just go on the first floor. Doesn't matter where we're going for this. This is just torture for this dude, because I can never kill him. It's impossible. Except for finishers, apparently, because that still kills. Certain things will still let you kill, I see. Let's skip ahead a couple floors. Let's go to floor 10. Okay, maybe not floor 10. I forgot what this one was. Alright, this is a little bit better. Okay, invincible enemies doesn't mean every enemy is not impossible to kill, I guess. Yeah, these are one-hit KOs normally, but arrows aren't... No, they still do. Okay, hang on a second. I think there's a lot of asterisks on this invincible enemy cheat. Prevents enemies from taking damage, except if you get a one-hit KO, then that doesn't count in this argument. Can I mortal draw you before you shoot? Thank you. Yeah, Mortal Draw would have killed normally. Case in point here, I turn it off. And the guy's dead. So it depends. If it's a one-hit KO move, like with arrows, for example, then it will still kill the enemy with the cheat. But without that in mind, just normal like sword play, these guys can never die now. They will always stay alive. It just depends on your situation for how you're gonna kill these guys, I guess. It's a weird cheat, but it's still appreciated. Even then, I don't think it's that in particular, Kira, but you do have a point. I can look at... Say, let's go to Hyrule Castle. Room... Let's do, like, room 6. Nice. I got the cutscene when they're already fighting me. That's a one-hit KO normally. I like how you guys are docile right now. Thank you. Dead. It depends on the situation, I think. It really does. So either certain flags or certain types of enemies or how you kill them. I think that's how it's determining if that's a one-hit KO still or if enemies will stay alive with the invincible cheat. Let's see. Room... I think it's 4 that would get me to the Dark Knot, right? Yeah, that's 2 of them. This'll work. And we still have the code on, correct? Yes. He's taking no damage. Okay, he is taking damage. Maybe not. The armor doesn't count, I guess. Dude, it's really hard to aim with the motion controls right now because they're going haywire. I turned off the right cheek because I think I just did the roll. No, I did. Okay. Because the roll was different. But now you can see him actually doing damage to the guy. So, yeah, there's a good demonstration of Invincible. It depends on the situation, but most of the time, the enemies can't die no matter what you do. So it's a nice code if you want an even harder way of playing the game. Speaking of... Should be under gameplay, right? You already know what instant death does, so there's no point in turning that one on. But how about times 8? Against a Dark Nut. $12 hearts. Making one of the most deadly enemies in the game even worse. It's not gonna be an easy fight if you have to do times 8 damage against these guys. I just feel like, to me, the motion control is having, like, this weird, it wants to tilt up thing going on. I'm gonna demonstrate it. I'm not crazy. My hands are off the controller and it's on a table, so that was entirely a motion control desync, which just happens. I'm gonna turn off that for now if I can. There we go. Really puts you on edge fighting one of these Dark Nuts now when you have only technically 2 hits to work with when you're on times 8. So challenge runs in this are going to be really insane. And it can go even more insane if you just want to do the one-hit KO. But I guess I'm needing to get some health back. So let me drink this black chew jelly. That should help, right? What do you mean that hurts? That's fine. I think magic potion should help instead. What do you mean it does nothing? So, yeah, that's another thing about this version, which is really cool to see. You have an editor, which allows you to add things into your inventory. And in this case, you go all the way to the bottom here, and then you see things like black chew jelly. That was left unused in the code. Black chew jelly, if you managed to get certain chews to fuse, it would give you this drink, which always hurts you for 1 HP. So you never want to actually drink this stuff. It was actually really bad you didn't get it. Meanwhile, with the other one, Green Potion was also cut content, because originally this game was going to have a magic meter. Similar to other games like Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask, Wind Waker, it was featured on the back of the Wii version's box, but it got scrapped very last minute. So Green Potion does nothing, but it is still in the code, technically. You can get Green Potion in the Wii and the GameCube version, no longer in the HD version, from what I understand. But then there's also these random things on the very bottom, like Orden Pumpkin and Orden Goat Cheese. This stuff does nothing. So you just try to pull out something and it just does nothing. I guess at one point these items you got from Snow Peak would have been actual items, but they just ended up getting unused. But I'm going to turn off that other controller because I don't want to use it anymore. I want to use my my GameCube controller in particular. And I have a config file here. I'm just going to run with that. And we'll use that config. That should be better. Because now it lets me just play with my GameCube controller. Unless it somehow disabled it. Because I just noticed it said no controller in. Are you kidding me? It's right there. What is this game? You lied to me. This is the last 3D game with Dark Nuts or Iron Knuckles since they're similar. Technically, yeah, because this was the first 3D Zelda game that introduced Dark Nuts in a long time. Well, no, in the Wind Waker before this. So, yeah, Wind Waker introduced them again, then Twilight Princess being built off of Wind Waker used the enemy again, and then we just haven't seen a hard enemy like Dark Nuts or even Iron Knuckles since. Don't know why, but they've just been absent. Alright, but before I think we start the new file, I think I'm going to just take a quick little break, just so I can get up and stretch. I'm going to play a little bit of the early game, and then we're going to jump around just playing certain sections and just showcasing this port for all it's worth. So, with that said, we'll be back in just a few minutes, just running through some of the early game of Twilight Princess here in the PC port, Dusklight. Stay tuned, and back here in just a few. Alright, hopefully no more problems for the rest of the night. I think I got things straightened out behind the scenes. So, for reference, I won't promise any more crashes tonight with this port not playing nicely with OBS. I know what's going on in particular, I just don't know why it keeps on happening. So, I've had issues before where textures weren't playing nicely with the screen capturing functionality inside of OBS. So I've been using Vulkan Graphics Backend to fix it. Because on DX12 on Windows, the game would literally just black screen. Like, I don't know if I have an easy way of showing it. Let's just pretend here really quick. We use my actual black screen filter. So what would happen is while playing the game, it would just do this. Just at random. And that's not just the capture, it's also the physical game executable itself. It would just randomly blank. So I've been using Vulkan to fix it, because I haven't had that problem on Vulkan. But it doesn't play nicely, apparently, with OBS's encoding, because it's overloading my GPU and it's crashing the software. And then following, crashing the game. So I've swapped things around. I'm using a newer texture pack for the HD version in general. So we're back on DX12. Hopefully there's no more crashes. We'll keep our fingers crossed. And hopefully we don't get any of, that. That's the last time I'm doing that, by the way. So if it does flicker, that's now the game. Not me trying to do a demonstration. Alright, but let's start a new game, for real. No more messing around. And in particular, all the codes are off. So now we can just play the game as intended. I could skip cutscenes, but I want this first one to play out, just so you can get an idea of how this looks. It looks really nice with the new dusk bloom lighting. Also helps when you render the game at a higher resolution. Right now it's still rendering at 5x, so this is roughly 4K. It's an integer scale of the original resolution, so not exact 4K, but it's close enough. I want to see how this specific section looks if I flip-flop. Okay, I saw some of that. Okay, I want to see how this looks a little bit when I go back and forth. Yeah, the characters have this weird outline effect to them with the original classic lighting. They look a little more glowy at that point. Just have a glow to them that they shouldn't have. Dusk lighting is closer to just having it off entirely for the characters, while still giving you that actual bloom effect of the environment, which is what we want to see. Oh yeah, I kind of saw that there for a second. The whole world kind of flickered. So yeah, that's an issue I should mention. The port just came out last week. It's technically, what, 1.1.1 now, which was mainly some bug fixes, and the rebrand to the name from Dusk to Dusklight. But it still has some stuff that's being ironed out, and I can clearly see it. It's mainly when you use custom textures. While it supports it, it seems like a lot of textures at the moment aren't built with the port in mind. They're just quick conversions of files that can work on PC, and I think that's causing a lot of problems. But I don't want to play with the original textures because this game looks very blurry with the original 480 textures compared to just playing on the HD version's textures, and they just look amazing. In terms of official releases, I've recommended now for the past 10 years people play the Wii U version because of all the quality of life it has, but then just in general, it's a much prettier looking version of the game. Even playing the Wii version on a Wii U, the upscale at the 1080p, just no competition. Wii U version just flat out looks the best of the three. I should also mention, the cutscenes kind of look the same as they do in the Wii U version as well, because one of the options here, I think it was in, no, it was in, I changed one of my settings by mistake. It is in video. This was new for this version here, version 1.1 that we're on tonight. Disable cutscene pillar boxing, so normally there'll just be a little bit more of a crunch in on the cutscene, like, I'll just do a little bit of it. We kind of, oh crap, wrong key. It'd be kind of like, I can't fully do it because of how I have things set up in this. Okay, never mind. It would just have a little bit of a cutoff on the bottom and the top. But in the Wii U version, because the game was actually designed in widescreen in mind this time around, instead of just converted last minute, then you actually got to see a little more of the game, which was a nice thing to see. And now this version has that too, technically. So that's cool. I gotta go get my horse. Oh, I'm seeing some of the weird flicker. I don't know if you're noticing it with like the map and such, but it's just definitely going haywire. I might just swap back to Vulcan and just deal with the crash issues, because that is technically better. I have to quit the game to do that too, which is annoying. Let me just do that really quick. I'd rather not, because that's super distracting. Both for viewer's sake and even just for me. Hey, you want to watch the intro again? No. Oh, actually, I can demonstrate the letterboxing thing now. We're not watching the whole intro again. I just let a couple seconds of it go so you can see it. This is with original letterboxing. Oh, wait. That doesn't affect this, does it? It was supposed to. Some cutscenes, I guess it works when some it doesn't, because I know that takes effect in certain cutscenes. just filling out the screen more, but you just don't see it here. That's just weird. Let's just move on. I could go talk to Ilya and straighten things out to get my horse back. Or there's this gate here that someone didn't fill the cracks in fully. And I could just get stuck inside of it. Like that. And if I do this just right, with my friend Rock over here... I think the rock's a little too far away. There's a whole purpose why I'm doing this. So it's gonna pay out here in a minute. There we go. Thanks, my friend Rock. We can leave the forest. But I don't really feel like doing that. Instead, I think I should probably quit the game. So I'll just do a soft reset here. I pressed the Y button instead of X because of how I have that flip-flopped on Xbox controllers. For reference, I just played through the whole game on my Steam Deck in the past week to make sure how this port runs. I had to flip X and Y. So I just accidentally did that mentally because I've been doing that for the past week. Well, that was just embarrassing. Link had some buttery fingers, so because of that, we have to do it again. Totally his fault, not mine. Thankfully, we get to say hi to our friend Rock again. How you doing, Rock? Get this beautiful camera angle. Alright, I feel like quitting the game. For real this time. And hey, look at that. We got an achievement. Back in time. I told you that had a purpose. That got me one of the glitch achievements. Perform the back in time glitch to play on the title screen. Because if I press any button right now, look at what pops up. But if I go die, look what goes away. By the way, this area looks really good with the HD textures. It's so clean. Very sharp. I really like how Bridge of Elden looks with these textures in general. It's really, really good. Alright, I'm done playing here, though. I'm going to save our game now over that same save file. And now we reload it. And watch where it gets put. We're not at Bridge of Elden, we're back in Farron Woods for some reason. Very random when you think about it, but that's because our original file, it was outside of Orden, and it was close to Farron, so just put us here because of that. And even though, on the title screen, we were somewhere completely different, it still used our main save's coordinates for the save. But, we also now got a sword and a shield from the title screen file. So now I have Orden Sword, I have Hylian Shield, and I also have access to Epona right now. So, this just skips, what is this, like 10, maybe 15 minutes of the intro, which is a pretty big deal, because the intro in this game, for those of you who have not played Twilight Princess before, to get to your first dungeon took like 3 to 3.5 hours. It's a pretty painful slog. This just skips some of it, not all of it obviously, but enough so we can at least get the some action. And plus, it does showcase how some of the achievements work in this game. I want to also try another achievement on the glitched tab. I'm not 100% sure if I can do it, but we're going to try it. So right now, we're just going to play this out as normal. In this section of the game, this is like 30 minutes in almost, you have to go save one of the kids from being attacked here in the woods. But fighting these enemies won't be as bad because normally you have a wooden sword here, but now I have Orden sword, so I can do a little more damage. Yeah, I always thought the same thing, Kira. Like, Back in Time is actually really useful in this game for a lot of different things. And it just, yeah, it breaks Skyward Sword wide open. Back in Time is used everywhere in Skyward Sword. But it's not really useful in most speedrun categories in Wind Waker. It has some use from what I understand, but not that much. Because the title screen file in Wind Waker has nothing. You don't have any equipment, you don't have any story progression. It starts out literally where you start the game, which makes it really hard to use. But then in Twilight Princess, you start with proper equipment, and it lets you do some weird warps, which kind of works also in Wind Waker, but there's a lot more setup to get the warping to work correctly. And then Skyward Sword is just free. You can go wherever you want in that game pretty easily. I can't skip this cutscene, but we're not going to be sitting around for story stuff, so I'm just going to hold B. And he's done. Thanks, kid. He talks fast. It's weird how you can't skip that specific interaction, but you can skip this one. Alright, here we go. Everyone's favorite part of the game. You ready for goats? Nobody's excited for goats. Let's not kid ourselves here. But thankfully, with the Back in Time glitch, we don't have to do this once. But either way, I think this one's a little screwed up, but I think it should be fine. Nope, they're all going this way now. I almost had almost under 30 seconds. There are achievements for getting goats in fast, and I was trying to see if I can get one of them. Maybe I can get sub 1 minute. I think that's an achievement. Okay, well now if he goes that way. Yeah, he's too far away. Now I can't get sub 1 minute. How dare you? Let me see if that is an achievement here. It's in minigame, right? Yeah, herd goats in 20 seconds, 30 and 18. Okay, no, we were never gonna get one. Because those are so hard. I don't know how to do goats in under a minute, let alone 30 seconds. I'm gonna pay a visit to the mayor really quick. This section is so glitched, but it's actually really funny of how it's glitched. If I come in here right now, I can actually do the whole Iron Boot sequence. Problem is, the mayor's dialogue is glitched out. He's giving me the dialogue correctly, but I gotta keep on talking to him to advance it correctly. It keeps on ending the conversation after a few lines. So you just keep on talking to him and you eventually can do the sumo section early because of the Back in Time glitch. Because our file is very messed up right now. That was a good explanation. I think I got all of that. Man, Link looks ripped in this model. You can actually see some of the muscle on his model here with this texture pack. I don't remember looking at detail in Wii U, but again, the Wii U version's capped at 1080p. While right now I'm playing in 4K. But that might actually make a difference too. Thank you. I'm gonna take my iron boots and leave. Let me go ahead and save now after that. I also like some money. Because I want to buy the slingshot here. Hey, you got a blue rupee! Why, thanks, game. I'm so glad they toned those messages down after this title, because why? They pop those messages up way too often in this game. Even in the HD version, I still don't like how you get a pop-up every time. Like, hey, yellow rupee! It's like, ah, cool. Why do we need a pop-up every single time we get one of those for the first time? I'm good. Alright, this will make for a quick 30 rupees. Oh, maybe I should show the Cucko thing. Where'd it go? It's like the only Cucko in town, so I wanted to see. Yeah, here we go. This game does something weird with the Cuckos when you attack them. I don't know why they did this. There we go. Oh, it's an achievement. But yeah, for some reason, in every other Zelda game, you attack these Cuckos enough, and then they attack you back in a horde. But here, no, for some reason, you just mind control the Cucko. I don't know why. It's an interesting thing that they changed. I just don't get the point. That seems like a very random thing for them to change in the series all of a sudden. And it doesn't even serve much of a point. But neat little Easter egg, I guess. I'll need that for later. No, it's not in glitch category. It just might look like it. The Cucko achievements and miscellaneous. I would say that's not a glitch, so I would 100% agree with you if they randomly put it in the glitch category. That would be a little wrong. Oh yeah, right now, we're supposed to show the other kids our wooden sword, but the other kids don't exist. So we can just leave. Very convenient. This is like one of the very few times you crawl in this game, because I can't think of many crawl spaces that you go through in this game, in particular. Oh, one nice side effect of Back in Time is that we wear the sword and shield on our back now as Wolf. You're never supposed to be able to do that in this section. That's only in the other section of the game that we're gonna be going to here soon, after we meet our new friend, Midna. Everyone's fan favorite character. Did you know that Midna's lines are just not always the case, but a lot of them are scrambled up English from her Japanese voice actor, funny enough. Guess I had her read some lines in English just to make the scrambled stuff she says a lot more believable. Just found that fact out about like a few weeks ago, which is pretty cool. Yes, this is another section that can easily demonstrate the bloom differences. You can see it in that gate. Holy crap, the original bloom makes that so washed out and so blurry. Dusk bloom just makes it actually look like its proper sharpness. And then nothing. This just looks like how it does later in the game when you're here in Midna's Lament. Because without the bloom on, the Twilight effect just doesn't work. You just see the squares, as I mentioned earlier on in Kakariko. Just want to see what happens if I turn down some of the bloom. Even turned down to 0, it still looks different and it's off. And even here in Classic, it still looks vastly different. Interesting. Keep it to 100% though. As mentioned before, I like the Dusk bloom the most because it's a good middle ground between how it looks on Wii U and then how it looks in the original. This is one era of gaming though I don't miss at all. Because during the mid to late 2000s, a lot of games had to have this look for some reason. Just every game had such an aggressive bloom filter to it that made it look very yellow. It was coined a bunch of different things back in the day. I heard some people call it the Mexican filter, which that's, I get the context because it looks like a desert in Mexico, but I don't like the phrasing of it. But to be fair, I like the other one more. Piss filter. It's self-explanatory why that's been used. The yellow filter is a thing I'm glad we moved on from. We don't need every game to look this dark. Alright, while I'm here, I think I need to make another save. Haven't saved in a bit, but I'm going to save the file too. And there's a reason for that. But you won't be seeing that reason for a while. Just remember, when it comes time, why that file's there. In like, what, 30 minutes? Maybe an hour at most. It'll be relevant at some point. Thankfully, there's a lot of sections here you're supposed to talk to people with your senses, which I haven't used once yet. But you don't need to stop and talk to the guards here. I'm not close enough, are you serious? Thanks. Just need an extra boost into the loading zone. Hi, Zelda. Bye, Zelda. That's the last time we see you until, like, halfway through the adventure. You see her, like, a total of 3 different times in your journey, and this is one of them. Kind of insane of just how the main selling point character on the box doesn't really appear for most of the game. Thanks for the tutorial. Now, because I already have a sword and shield, I don't really need to do anything in this section. When it actually was just a spoiler. Technically, yeah. That's why I'm joking around saying it's like 1 of 3. Like,
What?
you need to get a sword and a shield. Minna, what's that on my back? Now, I'm going to mention, there is technically a glitch that we can do here that lets me skip all this. I'm going to skip this section regardless, but I'm just going to try it once. And I can describe what it is, but I'm going to promise you right now, I'm not getting this. I don't think I've done this once. I tried doing it when I played the game before, and it just didn't work out. So we need to lure this guy all the way over here, which takes a while. But we need to lure him past the bridge towards that Twilight. This is gonna help skip a trigger in particular here, as you can do things in this game called long jump attacks, which allow you to go way further than intended, and that allows you to jump over some triggers. Like in this case, right here is where I want the guy to be, because look at where I'm stepping. That activated a little trigger for a cutscene. I need him to go all the way over here. Now I'm just gonna like nudge him forward. I mean, that gets you to move. I think that should be good. Ah, I missed it. I barely did, too. I think I just a little bit further ahead, and that would have worked. Want to get up? Yeah, it won't work anymore because he's dead. So I'm just going to take the easy way out because that's extremely precise, and I don't want to be here all day for it. So, call me a cheater? Because I am. So, that cutscene trigger of stopping you to get over here is only on the ground. But, to get into the Twilight, there's a cutscene trigger that's just in the sky, and it's massive. You can jump into the Twilight cutscene trigger and skip the ground trigger of Midna telling you, hey, go backwards. And if you do that, then you skip needing to go through the last bit of the tutorial to get yourself the sword and shield in this section. Which, because we already had the sword and shield from the file on the title screen, there's no reason to actually get that sword and shield back in Orden. In fact, I already have the Orden sword, so it's redundant. But yeah, you do a long jump attack with that enemy and it jumps over the trigger. It's just really precise and I don't know exactly where to line it up, especially with this texture pack. Because the texture cues a lot of people use in the tutorials, they're not going to work for me here in the HD version's texture pack. So I have to kind of eyeball it. Now, let's just get these guys up so I can get Midna so I can actually get through the section. It's kind of a joke that to kill these Twilight creatures, you need to kill them all at once. And you can technically do that with your spin attack, but no. That doesn't count for the tutorial. So you have to do it differently. Alright, but this is our first full Twilight section, so this is where we're going to see one of the differences come into play for this version of the game. The Tears of Light section. You're supposed to be collecting tears in order to purify the area of the Twilight to move on. Now, in the Wii U version in particular here, they actually reduce the number of tears in every section from the original 16 to 12. So they remove 4 tears in every area. But because this is based off of the GameCube version, Dusklight doesn't have that quality of life. Now, it does have the other quality of life here from the Wii U version in particular, which is... which one was it again? Right here. Master Tears of Light, which has it so that the tears instantly pop out faster from enemies and like go right towards the ground. I'm going to demonstrate how this works. Because there's 2 different enemies right here I can get tears from. So I'm going to kill this bug. And notice how long it took to die, and the tear is way up in the sky like that, and then coming down to the ground. Now, if I go back into the gameplay section and turn on faster tears of light, we attack this bug. And the tear is already on the ground, and the bug does seem to die a little faster. That was something changed in the Wii U version, and thankfully Dusklight has that specific quality of life. But you're still getting all of the tears of light in this specific section of the game. So, unfortunately, if you liked having less tears of light to collect from the Wii U version, yeah, you're not getting that here. But I'm not even going to bother with the rest of them. I just wanted to show off those 2 in particular. A nice little shortcut, we get through the cave faster. And I can actually get to the real meat of things here in Faron Woods. I can't remember where all the sections were in every Twilight section they cut tears from. I think this was supposed to be one of them. Like, there's just less tears in this section in particular. I think maybe 2 bugs instead of 3. That was a very nice thing about the HD version of Twilight Princess, because the Tears of Light section was considered the worst part of Twilight Princess to a lot of players. They didn't care for how long and drawn out these sections got. Which, thankfully, again, they changed that slightly in the HD version. It's still a long and drawn out section, don't get me wrong, but there's not as much you have to do now to collect for tears. So it speeds it up by, like, maybe 5 minutes, if that. I don't know. It's not that big of a difference. I'm going to be 100% honest. So for this not having the 4 extra tears you move in each section doesn't really feel like that big of a change. Alright, but now I'm going to go for a huge skip here, which I don't know where to go to line this up, so I'm going to be eyeballing it with these textures. I almost got it first try. I'm just kind of bitter because I was, I think, slightly too far over to the left. So this might take me a few attempts, and if I just don't want to stay here any longer, we have moon jump, so I can just get through here. But if you've seen a speedrun of Twilight Princess before, you might know what I'm trying to do. But again, my lineup does not work correctly because there's a vine and a patch of dirt that's in the GameCube textures that aren't here in HD that I use. So I'm just eyeballing this. I go right around here. Get this guy close. And gulp. And then jump when he has his arm rose up like that in the air. If you do it just right, you get a long jump attack that has you jump very far up in the air, and you just barely land on the edge of ground that's in the out of bounds section up here. Because that all is solid. But again, I have no idea where I'm supposed to jump with these textures. I think I'm also releasing a little too early. I'm afraid of doing it too late, so I'm going too early. He's not raising his arm, he's just kind of pushing it backwards. Might get this like 5 more attempts and I'll just do moon jump. Because you saw me get it multiple times. Oh, I love how I got untouchable for just trying this glitch over and over. You saw me get it multiple times in the beginning. Me bonking my head shows I'm just barely off. weird height on that one. That's actually the better angle. So I've seen where I can stand now with this texture pack. Just barely underneath that tree. And then I move forward. Go right here. Wait for the creature. Then go forward. I released too late because he was attacking me. I should just let him attack me. Well, now I can't do it at all. That's why I saved, but I think for the sake of time... Let me just show you what would have happened if I got it, because I still need to show this because I want to show the achievement too. Actually, let me jump a little further away because then it shows exactly where you land. You would land like barely up here. It would be that close. I triggered that on and off so fast, you can even see the menu. There we go. Now I can run out here in the out of bounds section, and from here, I can run up until I get back here. If I turn the camera a little bit, yeah, you can see I'm just barely on the edge of this platform, but if I turn this way, you might be able to barely see it. Right down there is where I want to be. Because that is the Sacred Grove. That allows me now to just go straight to where Master Sword is. Which is going to be very important for our demonstration to do this. Because I do want to show more of those wolf codes. In order to transform, I kind of need to have the transforming ability, and I can't even do Sun Song right now for the same thing, so that's why I'm getting the Master Sword early. Mind you, getting the Master Sword early kind of breaks a lot of this game wide open, but also breaks certain scripting too. So, if you're going for 100%, you have to know certain workarounds in the game now, if you're going to want to get everything. Like, Gore on Mines, once I get Master Sword, is going to become impossible to get into by normal means. There's just a random invisible wall that doesn't go away if you do early Master Sword. Which, that's going to be a major problem for this file now. But, again, I'm not 100%ing this. I'm not going to keep this file probably after tonight's stream. But it's something worth mentioning if you're doing this yourself. But as we're going through this section, I guess I can give a little bit more praise to the team that worked on this, because this runs beautifully, and outside of some bugs here and there I'm still experiencing. I mean, we've seen it tonight obviously with the game just not cooperating right now with streaming software and causing some weird crashes. So there are still bugs here and there that are being ironed out, but this is still a very solid port, offering a lot to this game that no official port has really done before. Like all these different options you can toggle on and off. That's really nice. I love the Wii U version of Twilight Princess, but there are certain things about it I still wish it was able to do. Like being able to toggle very specific settings if you want those quality of life, or the original experience is really appreciated. Would have been nice to have some of those same toggles in the HD version, but this is the definitive way of playing in most ways. If you want the most content still, the Wii U version is the way to go, because it's the only version of the game that still has that quote-unquote exclusive dungeon, which is Cave of Shadows, which is another Cave Ordeals, another enemy gauntlet. It's nothing really that special to me, but, you know, it's something still to mention. I jumped over him, really. But once Wii U support is added to the port here on PC, I don't see any reason of going back to the Wii U version, because then I can just play Wii U on my PC. Are you teleporting? Yeah, thank you. I was gonna say, there's no enemies around. You're supposed to call them. Why aren't you calling them? That was weird. If you're fast enough, I believe you can actually attack the Skull Kid before he calls enemies in, but that seems like it's not working out in my favor tonight, so I'm just gonna kill the enemies. There we go. We're done here. Now it's time for everyone's favorite part. The Google. Because no one remembers this puzzle, myself included. We'll see if I can get it from memory. Because I just had to do this a few days ago. We'll see. Everyone's favorite part of a Zelda game, a puzzle that's so convoluted. Nobody's gonna know the solution on the first playthrough, unless they look it up or buy the strategy guide. That's the part about this game that, yeah, I will admit has aged pretty bad, is having a puzzle like this, but in the age of the internet, it has made it a lot easier, so it doesn't really matter. Actually, no, I'm going the wrong way. I can fix this immediately. Yeah, I think I do have the pattern wrong. Let me try again. Trying to remember, do you start going up or down? Oh no, it's definitely down because that would crush me immediately. There's one solution that you do every time and it'll always get you the same result. And that's what I'm trying to remember. That's not it, I kill you. Or was it? Oh, I remember now. I think I remember it. Again, this is a very specific solution. I swear, a section like this was made just to sell a strategy guide, because this was one of the hardest puzzles I can think of that was ever added into a Zelda game, of all things. Because I don't know why this really exists in hindsight. But here we are. Puzzles are known to be brain scratchers, then there's whatever this was. Wait, no, I think I still got the direction wrong. I'm just gonna do the obvious. Because I'm just wanting to move on. Because this is a showcase, not an actual puzzle stream. I've always hated this puzzle, and no matter which version you play, it's the same difficulty, because this is this version. This is the one I grew up on, Wii. The solution's the same between both of them. The only difference is really your movement. So instead of going right to start, you go left in Wii. That's about it. Other than that, you're doing the same stuff. Now you see I had the same idea, but I was missing some tiles. I was going a little too far up to start, and that screwed up the whole solution. Because you're really just moving around in a square a couple different times. Because this right here is the solution. I just jump this way, and then I jump up. Solved. Legitimately, dumbest part about this game, hands down. But now time to pop another achievement. Early Master Sword. It should pop, I think, once I transform into human and then grab it. Yeah, there it is. So you get that achievement just for doing the speedrun route. Also, because of how the sequence goes here, Minda's invisible to start, and then she shows up once human Link's on screen. It's really weird. I can't skip this, so I'm just gonna hold B. Well, that's not a great example, it's like one text box. But the rest of this is gonna zoom by. And if you want to go any faster, we could technically do that too. We're just doing this. I'm holding the wrong... There we go. That's faster. Like, extremely fast. Tab plus the B button might as well be a cutscene skip. And that's it. Well, because I screwed up before, I guess that makes this a little bit faster. Because I can go now to North Aaron Woods instead of South. Supposed to go to the South Woods from here, but... Alright. Alright, how about we do a dungeon, finally? Which you're not supposed to be able to go to Forest Temple this early, but... that's what sequence breaks are for. Speaking of sequence breaks, I'm gonna do another one right now. Those files that we have, File 1 and File 2, are now actually gonna come into play. So... we need to explain it by just showing them all off. This is where File 1 is located. It puts me back here in the mayor's house. File 2 is here in Hyrule Castle during the Twilight section. So what I want to do now is I want to use this file to go back in time. Unfortunately, to do it, I have issues with this. Because I need to side hop and then hit D-pad up almost immediately, which is horrible to do in this game because there's not enough buttons on the GameCube controller. So to map the item screen, they just put it on the D-pad. The GameCube D-pad is known as one of the worst D-pads Nintendo's produced, unfortunately, because it's very small. So while it's pretty responsive, That's only if you can actually hit the stupid thing. So, good luck. Too late. It is so hard to do this fast enough because of how small this D-pad is. I gotta hit the stick and then immediately move my finger down to the D-pad. I don't have enough time. This might take me a few attempts. I see us on attempt number 2. Okay, so we're back in time. What we're gonna do now is we're going to hit the A button here to pull up the actual title, but now we're gonna jump off a cliff and hit the button again. Now, if you heard that correctly, Link was screaming going into the quest log, which messes things up a lot, because if I go to one of these files right now, it's gonna mess things up on their coordinates. So I need to pick file 1 here in particular, because going from the mayor's house while falling down a void on the title screen puts me at King Bubblen 1. So now what I want to do is I want to reset here, and I'm going to mash the start button. And now we're going to go back to file number 3. Now it's time for Forest Temple. That in particular just triggered a specific flag in the game that is now active, which normally wouldn't be active right now entering Forest Temple. But that's not the case here for us, because now we can do a pretty major skip because of that. What, the rumored Ocarina remake is just a TP remake just to mess with people? Oh, that would make people very mad. I wouldn't mind having a proper remake of Twilight Princess, but at that point, yeah, that Ocarina rumor would just be a waste. Not to mention, I think Ocarina needs it more than Twilight Princess, because this game still really plays well. And as much as I love Ocarina of Time, it's almost 30 years old, so it does have its fair share of issues that could be fixed. So I would rather give it that. But that'd be funny. Okay, here's where some explaining needs to come into play. So count how many monkeys I have with me right now. It's one monkey, and suddenly it's a second monkey behind me, and a third, and I think probably a fourth. So that's not supposed to happen. Right now, the game's literally gonna be confused. We can't go any further. You might as well go back. How about I go forward instead? So, remember the King Bubblen fight that was just happening a minute ago? We were in the middle of the cutscene when the game was resetting. Because of that, we were able to reset the game in the middle of a boss fight while it was actually starting up. So the game now thinks we're in a boss fight, but because of that, it screws things up when it comes to what flags are active, which ones are not. In Forest Temple, the only way you can get into the boss room is by having all of the monkeys collected in the dungeon. So by having the game think we're in a boss fight right now, it just gives us all the monkeys in Forest Temple. So we can just go through the entire dungeon right now and have a full squad of monkeys, which helps get through very specific sections. It's mainly just for this one, so you can get the Gale Boomerang early, because you don't need the trail monkeys for the ending part to get to the boss key. You actually can just get over there without the monkey swing. Yeah, it's so weird how monkeys are just tied to the boss flag in particular, but it works out for speedrun sake, because now you can just use that to skip a good chunk of Forest Temple. And then once you get the Gale Boomerang, you can skip the rest of it, because this item is very useful for glitching out the game. It was an unintended side effect of certain physics. So that's why we had File 1 and File 3 in particular be a certain thing. File 1 being at the mayor's house put us in the King Bubblen fight when we reset the game from the title screen. And File 2 is useful to do back in time. So they all had their purpose. Yeah, we'll do it. I was thinking, should I actually do this now? I was like, yeah, I probably should. Because right now, you can also just skip. I mean, I don't know how much longer I'll be on this file, because I'm getting ready soon enough to start jumping around in sequences. I have a bunch of saves already configured, so we can do that. So, I don't need this file to go through the rest of this if we want to just skip around. Thankfully, by having that monkey flag triggered a little early, that does give us some extra monkeys in this section, so now we have 4. We don't have enough to get to the boss room, but we have just enough to get through the remaining section of the dungeon here that we need to be. I don't remember. I think it was a way to jump on top of that fence, but I'd rather just go around. Alright, that's all we need. You just need the Gale Boomerang and the boss key to beat this whole dungeon. But because of getting the monkeys early because the game got confused, you really just play a handful of rooms at most. And now we can just go to the ending. Oh no, you don't have all the monkey troops. Well, I guess we can't swing over to the boss. There's no way you're gonna get over there without all the monkeys, right? Oh, I see. This guy knows how to cheat. That's fair. Carry on. So that's the side effect of long jump attacking in this game, making Gale Boomerang probably the most broken item. If you've seen me play Twilight Princess before, this is something you've seen me do, because I've played this game a couple different ways over the years. With randomizers, I've done a hardcore playthrough as I coined it on the Wii U version, just playing through the whole game with time sword damage. So I've done this a couple different times over the years. But for those unaware, if you jump over a bottomless pit with the Gale Boomerang in effect, the game's going to give you a lot of extra distance on your jump attack, hence the name long jump attack, excuse me. It's a mechanic in the game itself. This is why it actually happens. The further you are away from something, the more distance it gives you on a jump attack so you can get closer to the target. That's how things like the finishing move work. But there's a side effect to it that I didn't expect, where you can just jump kind of wherever you want, using Gale Boomerang. As long as it's over a pit, you can just do the long jump attacking mechanic via that. So LGAs are making this game kind of a joke in terms of speedrunning. You can do a lot of major skips just at one item. This dungeon alone, you do maybe, what is it, 10, 20% at most? Just because of that mechanic? Mind you, you don't even need to beat this if you're just doing an any percent playthrough. Because beating this dungeon doesn't do anything for the plot. Because all you need to beat the game is to beat Lineru so you can get Midna through her Middle Lament section. So you can get her into the real world instead of just the Twilight realm. If you do that whole section, you don't need Few Shadows, like at all. Which is kind of funny when you think about it, when it's a main collectible for story purposes. But coding-wise, the Few Shadow doesn't do anything. I also didn't get the finishing blow, which technically makes this file impossible to beat, because you can't beat the final boss without the finishing blow. But there's other ways to get it. I'm not worried about it for this file, it's just demonstration purposes. But yeah, this section is going to take a while, so let's just hold tab and speed through the rest of it. Oh, this is kind of weird. I think this is a texture bug. Because this shouldn't have these random blue lines on the edge of the ground. And it's appearing in very specific sections, so that might be a mid-mapping issue? Because on the Game Banana page for this texture pack, they did say there will be some incompatibility issues with the PC port, as it's still getting certain things fixed when it comes to textures. In fact, I've had them update this port, this texture pack, multiple times, because it was crashing my game for a while. Certain areas would just flat out crash due to bad textures. I can't remember, though, at this point. Does the game still need me to clear out Twilight to leave, or does it get rid of the flag here? No, it still has the flag for not being able to leave the forest yet. So I need to clear Twilight, and then you also need to clear out Forest Temple to leave. Because you get blocked every time other way. Let me see if I can escape the forest, then. I don't remember where I need to stand because the textures are different yet again. There's a certain piece I look for on the ground that's not here. There's like this one specific patch that looks kind of like a diamond. I stand on that and it gives me the right distance. But it's not here. So I'm just winging it. And you get a little bit further. You can see what I'm trying to do here. It's just like the trigger getting into the Twilight. There's just barely this point where the game's not checking for where Link is. I literally twitched. He was doing the movement for the jump attack, and that counted as going the trigger. That's actually a first. I don't think I've seen that before. Nope. Too close. He's barely through. He needs to get closer to the rock. So there's a trigger here that's on the ground, just like before. And if you touch the ground, that's how you activate it. But you can just barely jump over the trigger. And if you do it just right, then you just go past this section just to get to leave the forest. But my texture lineup doesn't really exist. This is making this really bad. Can I just backflip? No, backflipping is too far. I had the right idea. Just walking like 3 steps ahead. And then I can do this. Where exactly is it? Because I can check, technically, because we have debug tools in this. One of the things is a collision viewer! You can see how close you are to any certain piece of collision, but it's kind of bare bones. As you can kind of see. It doesn't go that far ahead, and it's only tell you what ground and walls are, really. It doesn't tell you loading zones. You got wireframe as well. The draw range you can increase, thankfully. but it doesn't really seem like it does much. I don't even know how to reset it. Technically back to 100. Doesn't really want to. Guess we'll do 102. You got these things. The push collider, target collider. But nothing in particular here about loading zones. I think that's going to be added in a future update, but as of right now, that just doesn't exist. And that would make stuff like this a lot easier to practice, because that would tell me where I can actually stand. There we go. So much harder just to eyeball that. But it finally worked. So I jumped out of the forest, we can just go now. And it took way longer than I was expecting. But because I don't really care about this file too much, I'm just gonna go straight over to Lake Hylia. What could possibly go wrong? Get these guys out of here. I don't need them in my way. So there's this gate. Can't get through it. It's shut pretty tight, and there's no way of opening it from the side. But what if I told you you don't need to open the gate to go through it? If I can just get close, attack it like this. And if I line up just right... You just like face right through the gate. When it's shimmering back and forth like that, you just have what feels like pixels to go in between it. Because you might be able to see it for a second here, but it does kind of open up a little bit when it's shaking. And you use that little gap in the fence when it's shaking around like that just to go right through it. So that lets you get to Lake Hylia early on this file. Which is actually interesting to do, because I want to showcase some stuff about this specific section. This is a really cool section. But we can only really see this with cheats. So I'm going to turn on Moon Jump, and I'm going to have infinite health for this. Also, I need to let this cutscene play out as a human. Because you're supposed to be a wolf during this. I don't know if you could tell. Because human in the Wolf Link animations, very cursed. Alright, but at this point, I don't want to actually go into Lake Hylia. So we're going to use Moon Jump to get over fire that doesn't exist. But the reason why I use an infinite health code in particular is this. Just give it a little bit, and you'll see my health go from 4 hearts down to nothing. So there's a firewall here that encapsulates you from both sides. You can't get around it, you can't jump over it. It's impossible. When the fire meets each other, you are pushed into a wall that instant kills Link. So no matter what I do right now, I am dead. Also, the game gets a little confused right now and thinks I'm in the King Bubble in 2 sections, so ignore that. But yeah, right now, the game thinks I'm dead. If I turn off the infinite health code, I will instantly die, which we don't want to do that. So right now, I'm in a Twilight section, but there's no Twilight effect yet. That's why we have this weird hue in the graphics. If I walk over here, then I leave the weird hue effect. So now I'm back in like the real world in terms of its graphics. And this lasts for a while. Well, thankfully, in this section, I can call Epona. I'm going to cheat in some items now, too. So go to Editor and go to my inventory. I'm going to cheat in the... Where is it? There we go, the bow. And we'll give ourselves just normal bombs. And I'm gonna go into the infinite codes, just do infinite on those. Because by default, you start with nothing. But yeah, right now I'm dead. So because I'm dead, I can't even go into my items menu. The game is that confused right now, I can't even equip those things I just selected. So once again, we need to go in the editor, and I need to go and change one of my items here. I can't even pause, so this is actually not helpful. Also, nice Twilight enemies in the real world, by the way. Never able to see this normally, but this area is very glitched out on graphics. That's the whole reason why I can see it. I think I have to just do the moon jump. Because the game's very messed up at the moment. So I can't even pause. And because I can't pause, I can't get those bombs. It's not swapping my buttons around. So I need to go further out, which now refill. There we go. I should have put on the arrows before the cutscene. I didn't think of that. We don't need these infinite codes on anymore because now we're broken out of the section. If I go into a loading zone right now, it does correct this specific error. That's why I'm trying to avoid it. But yeah, you can go around the entirety of Hyrule Field right now in this glitched out state. So I hope you like this music, for one, because it plays for a while. And then two, we're exploring a lot of the Twilight section of Hyrule in normal lighting, no Twilight. Which makes this much more obvious to see there's no water yet in this section of the river, because it's all blocked off over in Zora's River. Right here, we should be getting a cutscene. It introduces us to this section. It just kind of snaps us over here, which is kind of comical. Oh, another thing to show off in this section, which would be very interesting as well. Again, if we go in the editor, I can give myself an inventory here. Yeah, here we go. I can give myself the light sword right now. So this is the Master Sword, which also has the light from the Palace of Twilight. But notice how it doesn't work correctly in this section. It is equipped. Again, if I go to the editor, you can see that. It says light sword, but it's not working correctly in this Twilight section. Even after a pause. I'll try this again, just to see, but I do believe that's intended. It's because we never entered this Twilight section legitimately. We went through the light world into a cutscene that's supposed to happen in Twilight. I mean, look, this is a Twilight wall that you can't get through. Even Midna Flannel is telling you about that. As soon as I get close, she'll be like, hey, wait a minute. You're not leaving. You can jump over the wall with cheats, but you gotta go kind of far, because if you're too close to the wall... I love how, again, I got the achievement for long jump attack with that. When you get too close to the wall, then it doesn't let you do that. It will just pull you back in. Also, did you ever wonder if the hidden village was engulfed in Twilight during this Twilight section? It's not. The normal world. But if we go back, this should correct the glitched out state. Look at that. In Twilight. It's not engulfed in Twilight, which makes you really wonder, how does this Twilight barrier work? They just have like random pockets in it. I know gameplay-wise because you're never supposed to get here, so they didn't bother putting it in Twilight. But I like to think, in story reasons, there's like these random pockets in the Twilight realm. Like the center of Hyrule Field from Orden. If we look at our map, like this whole area right now is engulfed in Twilight, but Sacred Realm gets spared somehow. And then this section of Hyrule Field is spared. Hidden Village here is spared. The entire area over here for Gerudo Desert spared. All the way up here in Snow Peak is spared. So this Twilight has some very weird openings, so some people get spared. I'm trying to think where to go, because here's the thing. If I go to Hyrule Field, this doesn't really work right. Let me see if I do room 6. Where does that put me? Oh, hey, here. Okay, this is perfect. Actually, just demonstrate one other thing. Oh. Hang on, I'm not supposed to be a wolf in this section, and it won't let me transform back. It's just to show the light swords in effect. Because it works in Palace of Twilight, so this is going to show it. See, here's your light sword. We go to literally any other part of the game right now which is engulfed in Twilight. It doesn't work correctly. For some weird reason, this sword only gets the power up in the Palace of Twilight. So if you somehow got it early, and then got it into other sections of Twilight, it doesn't matter. That kind of boils down to the argument people have had about this game for many years, where unfortunately a lot of the items in Twilight Princess are situational items. And the light sword is like the best example of that, because it only works in literally one dungeon of the game. The rest of it, it's useless, which is a shame, because that's the problem this game has had. That gets rectified in Skyward Sword. Skyward Sword, I think, does a much better job with the item system, so it's the developers learning from fan feedback at that point, taking that criticism to heart. In this game, you get so many cool items that unfortunately barely get used. Spinner's only used in a handful of places, even though it's a fan favorite item. It just barely gets used in the game. Then you have the Dominion Rod, which is really only useful in Temple of Time, and then like one main quest outside of the world, and that's it. You get double claw shot so late that there's not that many sections that use the double claw shot right. So that's another section that doesn't really benefit from the item. Ball and Chain is very powerful, but again, it doesn't get used that much outside of Snow Peak. So this is just a problem that this game has in particular that a lot of people have complained about over years. Again, it was rectified in the sequels, but I think really just showing off the sword was the best example of that. Because I didn't even realize that didn't work outside of Palace of Twilight. If you took an other Twilight section, that should have just worked. And the fact that it doesn't is just kind of comical. Oh, I didn't have the infinite health on, so that's what happens when the wall just crushes you. Alright, let's, at this point, jump around a bit. So now I have a bunch of pre-made saves, so we can just jump around with those. Also, here's how the game fixes itself now, which is kind of funny. There's the fire in question, by the way. The thing you never saw. So I want to jump to a very specific section right now, too. I'm going to pause before I actually get crushed again. I'm looking for it here in my save list. I think it's in Hundo I'm looking for. Yeah, it should be this one. Oh, I need to do one other thing. Get rid of that bow. So, in this section in particular, this is the King Bublin 2 fight. I got rid of that bow for a very, very good reason. I have no projectile now that I can use, outside of the slingshot and some bombs. So I can go fight King Bublin, but there's a problem with that. Slingshot does nothing to King Bublin. So if you wanted to damage him with your little pumpkin seeds, good luck. But the only thing that will damage him now are your bombs. Good luck trying to use them against King Bublin, though, because you need to throw them at a very specific time so they blow up in front of the boss. So trying to actually time this correctly is a nightmare. It is possible, but just barely. That might have damaged him. Now, the reason why I'm doing this is because of this right here. Midnight Flyout tells you you can't go hand to hand. Use a projectile when the time is right. Unfortunately, this guy is only weak to the bow and then also bombs, which you can get at this point. But remember how I said my file is screwed up? If I go into, what would be, Death Mountain Trail, I guess? Should put me near them. Kind of? Is there not a warp? Oh no, here we go. Goron Elder Hall. That's what I was looking for. Okay, this is not the one that has a screwed up file, so let me reset. Then we go back to warp. Here's how things actually would play out if you get up here. It's the same thing as the mayor's house, where if you talk to the Elder Goron here, he doesn't have proper text. You have to keep on talking to him after a certain amount of time. But then you get to this part. This is when you do the wrestling match, and if you win, you get into the Goron Mines. You say yes, nothing happens. Talk to him again, and he's like, oh, you lost, try again. And you're just in this perpetual loop. We can try to challenge him, but it won't work. If we now leave the Elder Hall, and then come back in, you can see the two Gorons that were blocking the entrance to Goron Mine have now moved. The Elder's still glitched out, so you can never do the wrestling match. That's just off limits. But notice who's out here right now? He's supposed to be the boss of the mines, and he's just chilling. You're not supposed to be able to free this specific Goron until later. So you can already tell things are different on this file. If I try to go into the mines right now, there's just this invisible wall. I don't even know, does it show up with the hitbox viewer? Let me see. Kind of? You can see the green there. That's a wall that we're getting stuck on, so I can't go any further. Funny enough, let me see if I can just change out one of my items here. So we do equip. Oh, these just go into whatever things are in your slots. Okay, so I have to do this from inventory. I'm gonna give myself the spinner right now. For whatever weird reason, I don't know how this works, but if you use the spinner, you can go past the invisible wall that's here. It doesn't make any sense, but it's just on the ground. If you use the spinner, it doesn't count Link on the ground anymore, so you can just go above it. You can even see it get pushed back a little bit. So because of this, you need the spinner to get now into Goron Mines. I think there's another way of getting in here with like a text transfer glitch. I think that was a thing that was more recently discovered, but that's not gonna work in this argument. And we can't get spinner until we go to Arbiter's Grounds, which is halfway through our adventure. So it's gonna take a very long time until you can get in the Goron Mines. So because of that, this file doesn't have the bow now. Now you're seeing why I want to show off something here in particular in the Lanayru province. Go back to Telma's Bar, because we're going to do the King Bublin 2 section again. You can't fight King Bublin without the bow. Again, you can use bombs, it's just not easy. So, there's a workaround to this. And I actually did this, because I played through this whole game via the any % route this past week. So because of that, I didn't have bow for my whole playthrough. All I had was the claw shots, Gale Boomerang, Lantern, Spinner, and the Ball of Chain. I didn't even get a bomb bag. I skipped it. Because you don't need bomb bag for anything in this game as well. There are ways around that. So, what you can do in this section is if you get opponent lined up here on the wall, I forgot to sell a moon jump on, I'm turning that off because that's gonna make this kind of weird. If you get opponent here in the wall, just right, notice how it's kind of pushing me in a weird spot right now, and now I'm through the floor. So if you put opponent near the wall in just the right spot, it clips Link out of bounds, and notice where I'm standing, past the King Bublin fight. So if you're doing this escort mission to get the Zora Tunic, you can just skip King Bublin 2 entirely. It requires you taking damage, so you have to have at least one heart to do it. Or multiple hearts if you're playing with maybe a damage multiplier. You can't do this in one hit KO, so good luck if you're doing one hit KO stuff. But yeah, now you can play the whole section as normal. I should mention, there's gonna be another weird thing I'm doing at the end here, which won't really matter too much in the grand scheme, but I will mention it. There is technically this file set up in a way that didn't do the King Bublin 1 fight just yet, so we're kind of in this weird loop where you go from one King Bublin to another King Bublin. You don't want to fight either one. So I need to do a very specific set of movement to get around the trigger. So it's gonna look weird, but I'll show you why I'm doing it after we do it, because I can show the fruits of the labor. Thankfully, catching up to the wagon really doesn't matter, because the wagon here is slow. It's just your normal movement speed on the horse. It's not dash speed. So you can easily outrun the thing. And if I get too far ahead, I gotta stop like this just to wait it out. Right, get rid of the bonks. You don't need that to confuse the wagon, because that horse will just go haywire. I gotta get in front of the wagon by quite a lot, because now I'm gonna transform into a wolf. Oh, they're too close, so I gotta hide. Now you're supposed to use the key here in order to open up the gate, but if I do that, it's gonna actually cause major issues for me. It's gonna trigger another cutscene that leads me into the first King Bublin fight, which we don't want, So, we're doing some weird movement here yet again. To jump past the trigger. And that just put me into Kakariko, finishing the escort quest. So now from here, I can go into the graveyard and get my Zora tunic. And because there's no one out at night, I can transform into a wolf and outrun Queen Zora here, which is actually pretty convenient. Really convenient to have Wolf for this, because he can just move so fast. And with the power of quick text, we can get through this whole sequence much faster. And plus, we're still a wolf right now, so we're getting Zora armor as a wolf, which you're never able to do in normal means. It doesn't mean much, because you still get the item collection animation, and it plays out correctly. So I'll just give you the wolf variant. Alright, but now I need to show you the whole reason why I did that weird thing before. I need to turn on Moon Jump so I can get past the trigger in question. But yeah, finishing that section opens the gate for you anyway, so I didn't have to open the gate. The game just auto-opened it, which is very convenient. Actually, no, do this as a wolf. Because it shows a weird side effect. So right here, notice where the gate is? If I just walk barely past it, trigger the cutscene. That's why I have to jump around it in a weird way. Because the cutscene activates, throwing me into this section. But now I'm going to fast forward for a bit, because I think I'm still a wolf in this cutscene. Normally, this is when Link is entering Kakariko on the horse. So he's in his human form. Oh, we got to play this out real quick. Helmet up. Mask down. Alright, here comes human Link. Look at him go, how majestic. His legs are his arms. God, that is cursed. And it messes up King Bubba's model a little bit too. Because you can see all these weird things flickering around him. That is not the human Link I remember. And now we're about to wolf. Although what's funny in this section, you can talk to the kids now as a wolf. Something you can't normally do. And they stop you from leaving still. Sunsong doesn't even work because they don't even give you the prompt for it. It just flat out does not work. So you're stuck in this section. I can't even transform back because the game is very confused. Like, someone will see you. What do you mean? I don't think it would matter now if they see me. I'm already wolf. Thankfully, if you just warp back into Kakariko while it's still in this state, it reverts it back to normal. So we're good. Oh my god, it's a wolf! Wait, was I just talking to that guy 5 seconds ago? It's like, that just makes you all panicky now, buddy. Alright, let's go ahead and beat the water temple really quick so we can get Midland's Lament. I want to show off the Midland's Lament setting, plus it's just one of the best parts of the game, hands down. Now this file doesn't have water bombs, so we're gonna have to get into Lake Bed in a different way. First, I don't have a warp to get back to Lake Hylia right now. Or, actually, I think I do. Yeah, we do, but that's slow, man. We gotta do something cooler. So you can just barely jump up here with the Gale Boomerang, and jump around this wall, And now from here, we can just scale the edge of this graveyard, going out of bounds. And we're gonna use this to go around the rock that's in the water, as we can't blow it up because we don't have the water bombs, as mentioned before. So instead of blowing up the rock, we'll just go around it. If I just jump right here, boom, we're in water. Now I can put on the Zora tunic and just swim into the loading zone, and we'll be into our next area. And there you go. I could have warped here, yes. But what's the fun in that? If you have the GameCube or the Wii U version, try that at home. As long as you can do the LGAs, mind you, then it's something anyone can really do. It's not a complicated glitch. I should mention, that was patched in the Wii version, but it wasn't intentional. We know that because the glitch was brought back in the HD version of the game. It's just how the aiming system was changed in Wii. It broke, apparently, that glitch somehow, which is interesting to think about. Also, speaking of glitches, you can literally try this one at home. This one is a freebie, but it might take you a couple attempts. Just swim into this pillar. If you swim into the right side of it, it might take me a minute. Doesn't help the camera's so wonky on this one, but if you swim the pillar just right, it'll push Link forward through the wall, just like so, and now you can get into lake bed without water bombs. Because I don't want to do this whole section, I can save into this file. Now notice how the name says Taka, because this specific save state I'm using is from the GZ practice codes, but you can always change that here. So I have my horse name, and also I have my character name different. So now I just change it back to Link. Because we have a save editor in this, now we're back to Link. So you can change your name, you can change your defs, do pretty much whatever you want. If you want to cheat the achievement system, I guess you can technically just... Oh, this is the dungeon where they said Uku. Okay. Technically... Oh, I see why, because this file already had the claw shot. Oh, that's no fun. Let me get a file that doesn't have claw shot. What was I saying? Oh, yeah. So, in this, you have a save editor, and you can change whatever you want. So, to get the Deathless achievement, I guess you can just technically cheat in 0 deaths, and then that will give you the same result. Alright, Lake Bed 1 should be the thing in question, right? Yeah, here we go. And then let me look at my editor. Again, the name is different. Okay, that's fine. Those are the items I want for this. The only difference is, can I give myself... Should be in collection. Give myself back the Zora armor. I do kind of want that for this. That'd make this easier. Also, give myself the normal tunic as well, because I forgot. You don't get the hero's clothes in this. If you do back in time, you have to clear... Did not give me the right clothes. There we go. It's still not showing the correct clothes. Oh, it's just that messed up then. Interesting. Well, I guess this file is just perpetually on Zora Tunic now, unless I manually change that. Oh, it's already had that pulled. I guess that's the only thing that's triggered on the save. Also, they skipped the cutscene. So one thing you can do with bombs is that you can't really aim these without the bow, so you're just throwing them. But what we can do is pull one out, look at something, say like that pillar, and then just throw our Gale Boomerang. Then we can use the bombs on anything. So you can destroy these pillars, and that will get you access to where you need to go. But what's the fun in that? You could just jump these pillars, so you could destroy them. But when I was playing this, I didn't have a bomb bag, so this is what I had to do. Again, I skipped it. The only bomb bag I used in my whole run, because I needed it for Arbiter's Grounds for some stuff. The only bomb bag I had was the Lent bomb bag that you get during a minigame. And because of a bad coding error, I would have to bet, you can warp out of the game with the bomb bag in your inventory still. It's a big mistake, but we take advantage of those mistakes. Like, for example, LJA onto pillar, and then over to other side, but I missed my jump. Let me try that again. There we go, on bridge, and then jump past it. And that's how you do that. But I did just realize something. I need to set up something again. So we need to reset our game, because remember the boss from earlier? No? Because we didn't fight him? Well, don't worry, we're not going to fight him again. I need to go back to King Bubble and run really quick. So quick back in time. I think I'm doing this way too late, it feels like. Nope, missed it. I don't think I explained how this technically works. The back in time glitch is triggered by falling down a void, or just voiding out in general, and resetting during it at the right time. If you do it just right, the game gets confused about where to put Link, so it just respawns him during the intro, hence why you're able to take control of Link at the title screen. It's a little precise to do on timing. It's a little bit easier to do in the beginning of the game because I had a setup for it. This, you're just kind of winging it. But in the beginning in Orden, it's very easy because you could just walk towards a bridge and then just let go. I think I'm just going to do that one because I'm having a problem with this specific one right now. So here's file 1. And we're just going to hold down tab. Go, Link, go. He's very hyper. Oh, yeah. That's why they put the rock here. It's funny how they locked this gate a second time, but locking the gate has never stopped us once. Why would it stop us twice? There we go. So to make this easier, here's a very consistent setup if you wanted to try the back in time glitch. By the way, Twilight's active right now. Oh, they don't know what's coming over there in Orden. If you want to do back in time really easily, go over to this ledge in particular. So it's either the left ledge, or if you're playing the Wii version, it's the right ledge. Because you can do this glitch in Wii, it's just a lot harder. Because to do this in Wii, you need to hit the physical reset button on the console, or hit the home menu reset. Which, again, the time that's on Wii is vastly different. So this setup won't work on Wii, but you might be able to finagle it. From here, let me actually show you with an input viewer. Go to bottom left. There we go. So now you can see my buttons in real time here. So right now I need to pull up the map like this, and I'm going to press the A button to drop down at the same time. If I do this just right, you saw Link fall there, and I pulled up the map. So now I'm going to zoom out, hold X, start, and then hold B. If I did this correctly, we're back on the title screen. So now let's go back to King Bubbling 1 real quick. So hold down the same buttons, X, B, and then I did that a little late. I'm supposed to hold it and then mash, but I don't think that came out correctly. Well, let me just do this one really quick again, because this is faster if I can get it. Yeah, you can see how bad this is. Like, when you try to do a side hop, half the time it just might think you're doing an up command. That's why I hate this one. Trying to side hop as Wolf is really awkward. I need to pause way faster. And for those wondering, you can't use actual start pausing for that because it has a much slower pull-up. So doing the start pausing wouldn't actually work correctly on timing. Alright, back to King Bubbling. Then from here, just wait until it starts playing a bit. And now we reset. And as it's fading, we hit the skip. And now we're back in a boss fight. The flag is triggered yet again, so now the game thinks we're back to another boss fight. And remember the monkey situation from before. Back in Forest Temple, when the game thought we were in a boss fight, it just assumed we had all of the monkeys already collected in Forest Temple. So we were able to go over to where the Gale Boomerang was early, because the game just assumed at that point we were able to make the bridge, even though we just started the dungeon. The same thing happens here in Lakebed Temple. So right now, because the game thinks we're in a boss fight, the mini-boss acts a little different as well. And I'll explain it once we get to the mini-boss. So for now, we just get through this dungeon like normal. Also, I'm gonna take the liberty to get some water bombs here. Just keep on running away, Link. Just go, go, go. He did it. That gets rid of all your bombs. I should have thought of that before I got rid of all my bombs, because I kind of needed at least one for that pillar. I'm just gonna give myself that bomb back really quick, just because I don't want to do all this multiple times. Actually, there's a different editor we can use. So if I go into the tools section, go to save editor, now I can go into this section in inventory and bomb bag amount. I can just give myself what I need. I don't know which bomb bag this is. They're all erroring. There we go. So I had to do that, I guess. Nice game, nice. Yeah. Maybe I'll give myself more than one bomb just to make sure it doesn't happen. Give him 5. And then I'll get rid of the rest. There you go. Blue rupee. Thanks. Water bombs would just be nice to have for later, because I'm gonna try something against the boss I've never tried before, because it's linked to an achievement. I just want to see if it's possible for me to unlock it. I didn't have the achievement before. That would have gave me the long jump attack achievement. But I got it because of moon jump. Oh, oops. Alright, so here's where the weird thing's gonna come into play here after I get past this room. So a quick long jump attack by doing this and that. And now here's the funky stuff. So this is the back door to the mini-boss. What you're supposed to do to get through this section is go through the water and come into the room, then you can fight the mini-boss, and then unlock this door to leave. But right now, because I'm in the middle of the King Bubbling fight, it's not activating. This file already has it done? Are you serious? I did all that for nothing then, because the file's screwed up. Huh. That's not what was supposed to happen then. This file was weird. Okay, so that broke what I was trying to do. Hang on. I need to load back up another one of these saves. How about EMS? No. Let's forest bit. How about force escape? That'd be more close to what I need. Yeah, we can work with this. Editor. I'm gonna give myself those pieces of clothing. Inventory, we do the same thing for the bomb bag. Location. Oh, that's editor. Hang on. Gotta go through here. So I do lake bed. Lake bed. That's it. Okay, this file's correct. We can actually do it, but unfortunately I gotta do the King Bubbling thing again. I think I might cheat in the King Bubbling thing, because that might work. Because we're just trying to warp to the fight early. I need those boss flags, and that should do it. So now, let's go to warp. That is not where we should be. There we go. This is the scene. That should still do the boss flag thing. The game now thinks we're back in the King Bubbin fight, even though we're in Lake Bed. I know this works, I just don't know how to trigger it on this file with how things were set up, but I should have triggered it. Also, I want to do something really quick. LJA, clear that. There, bomb bag emptied again, so I can get my water bombs. Same setup as before. There's the achievement, so I was right. If you do this jump attack to skip over the bridge, you get the achievement. Because it's just enough distance. There's a couple different places you can get that achievement. So how far is it? 20 meters, which is not as far as you would think using LJA. Alright, the game now should be set up correctly, so let's re-explain this. To get into this fight, normally, it takes a lot of effort, but when you have the boss flag triggered, the game is already going to be assuming you're in this room fighting. So if I look up into the ceiling, because the game is already thinking I'm in a boss fight, it just triggers the mini-boss fight here. And now we can just fight. Fun fact, though, talk to Amanda during this boss. Ugh, it's creepy. I can't stand pimply things like this. This one's all yours. Nice little attention to detail there on the conversation. But yeah, the getting to this fight normally takes a lot of effort, and also it's just not that fast. You have to play through the dungeon normally, too. So this skips a lot of the dungeon. Which is very convenient for our sake. I'm gonna try something here. And too slow. I wanted to see if I can get that bomb in its mouth. There we go. Dead. So, just like with Forest Temple, I think you're seeing a pattern here. By activating a boss fight early and then going to a specific part of the dungeon, you can get the item of that said dungeon really early. In this case, now we can use the claw shot to leave and go back to the main room, and now we're just gonna go straight to the boss. Because just like with Forest Temple, once you get the item, in a speedrun sense, you don't need to do anything else. You just go straight to the boss of the dungeon. And that's what I'm going to be doing. Unfortunately, I kind of need to swap back into my normal tunic, which doesn't exist. So, can I fix that maybe with the save editor? In collection? Tunics? It's on! But the game doesn't think that it is. It has to be because of a story trigger. And because I don't have that specific story trigger now, it's not gonna give me the right armor. So I'm just gonna give myself hero clothes with save editor. Can I get the same LJA back? I don't think I can. I'm just gonna use the hook shot. Alright, so I'm gonna pull this bridge so we can flip it to this direction. Then from here, we're going to use the claw shot to get on top of the chandelier above us. And now while we're up here, line up the claw shot just like this. In particular, I'm trying to look for the arrows to be closer to the left ledge. And now we jump down. Do it just right, and we land right onto the ledge itself. And from here, we're going to turn ever so slightly using C up. And now just slash forward. That was a little too far over. This in particular is going to set us up with very specific movement so we can clip through this bridge. We need to be just on the edge of the bridge so we're inside of the walkway. Keep on doing that Z target. I gotta let go of Z targeting. So I'm doing that to move forward while still using claw shot just to set myself up. And when I'm here, I back up. Then I go back on the first person and let go. Still too far over. If you get this set up just right, you're using the Z targeting horizontal and vertical slashes like this to move ahead. So you want to do vertical slashes to just move ahead like a few feet at most. Why am I too far away to hit this now? That's weird. I didn't move any further back and I keep on not reaching the target. That was really bizarre. I think I'm too far over to the right when I'm jumping. That's what's going on. There we go. Backflip once from here, then hold down your sword, and what you're wanting to do is just move Link barely into the pillar where his pouch there is just touching the edge of the wall. This is why I wanted the hero's tunic back on, because the pouches are slightly different between the tunics. As the showcase, see how it's not lined up anymore? Because that pouch doesn't exist. But once you get the pouch lined up, spin attack, jump back 3 times. And now we're just going to walk upright. If you do it just right, you fall into the room where you normally need the boss key. So it's just that easy. Now, we're gonna take inventory, collection. No, it would be in here. Here's close. This is the part I need to look up while I'm falling. I know why that happened, by the way. I didn't put on the boots before I jumped. Swim water bombs, that's what it is. Unfortunately, guess where it puts me. But I'm not worried about that, because you already saw me do the little method to get in, so I'm just gonna do a warp. We go there, lake bed. Actually, does this warp me in? Would be better. No, it just warped me ahead. So I do this. Put on the boots first, just to be safe. There we go. Okay, I know how this works. So, yeah, if you put on the iron boots and then fall into this area, you actually have just enough air, which is extremely convenient. So now I'm gonna do this whole boss fight without Zora armor. That's the scary part, because it's just barely possible. And because I have Master Sword, it makes this a little bit faster, because 2 hits and I'm already in phase 2. So that made this a little easier. But now for the real challenge. I need to get to this guy, but I don't have Zora armor, so I can't swim normally. And what's my air at now? Does that refill my air, or am I still drowning, technically? Oh yeah, I'm still drowning. So because of that, I need some air. There we go. Got it. So if you pull out a water bomb and then you also unequip iron boots like that, then you start swimming, drop the bomb, it just refills your air. It's just like, don't ask. It just does. Unfortunately, though, I don't think I can do that again. Yeah, I didn't have enough time. Let me give myself more bombs here. Hang on, let me do infinite bombs. That should refill me. I know I'm gonna need to do the warp already. I'm gonna have to do it again. Oh my god, I go flying. Alright, so there's how the glitch technically works. What you're doing to refill your air is Link is technically surfacing. That is why that works the way it does. But also, as you can tell, it does have another side effect, which is refilling my air. Unfortunately, now I'm actually going to drown because I had that weird effect. Just for the sake of not having to redo this again, let me do infinite oxygen really quick. I'm gonna let Link fall until he hits the ground. Then we can turn that off. Like, I'm doing it way too fast. That's why he's like skyrocketing like that. Yeah, that's how you're supposed to do it. Wait for you to pull the bomb out enough in your hands and then use it. I'm not gonna have enough time to get down there, aren't I? Yeah, I'm drowning. How do you do the lock off, lock back on trick, then? I'll get this one more attempt, and then I'm just gonna put back on the Zora armor, so we can get the Mendel's Lament. I want to do one more dungeon after this, and I don't want to take too long to get to it. Nice, it went right through me because of going to phase 2. I didn't think the tentacle will just turn off its hitbox as soon as you go into phase 2. Okay, I'm seeing a consistent weird thing I'm doing here. Even though I waited for the water ball to be out, I still kind of flew. And unfortunately, if that happens, it kind of screws you up for the rest of the fight. So I think I might just have to do this one with the armor going forward, because I don't want to keep on attempting that. Yeah, I would not know how to do the quick thing, because you kind of need to do that to also keep your air. You can technically get back on this boss's back as soon as he launches you off, if you're fast enough. Because I think it's like you equip and unequip Iron Boots in a very specific way, then it interrupts Link's fall back animation like that. So you're not being flung off the back of this creature at, like, lightning speed. And if you do it just right, then you can pull out the hook shot and latch back onto its eye, finishing the fight in an instant. And that's that. White Midna glitch now? This file had it set up? Oh, yeah, because it's that. Clear Lake Bed Temple before clearing Nehru's Twilight. Because you can get in here while it's still Twilight, technically. You need the Master Sword to do that, and then you can clip out of bounds. That's how that works. Alright, I don't need the controller interface anymore. I can turn it off. We don't need to save. And here's the middle Met section, but it's in Twilight, so a little messed up. So the music doesn't play. But don't worry. I got you covered. What is it called? Is it in any? Only thing I don't like about these states is that the names of these are a little confusing. You have to know exactly what these are. Okay, here we go. MDH is Minda's Desperate Hour. This is it. So with this one setting on in gameplay, or no, it was in audio, non-stop Mindel Lament. If I turn it off, I get near an enemy. Listen to that battle music. Interrupts the mood. But with this setting on, here's an enemy. Doesn't interrupt the music. Now, it's only really a thing for all of, what, 2 minutes? Because there's like a handful of enemies you run into, but then once you get into Hyrule Castle, you hear this song for a good stretch of this journey. It's not until you get back into the sewers where it starts getting interrupted again. Hang on a second. Sorry, getting an error here. I think it's with Twitch in particular. Yeah, Twitch is doing that weird thing, which I know how to fix it. It's just, I think this is going to be the 4th disconnect. Thankfully, the VOD won't get affected. Yep, and it's fixed. Stupid Twitch, man. 3 disconnects because of game crashing, but 1 disconnect because Twitch just craps the bed, which is usually a once every month issue. This is probably why now they made it so every streamer technically has monetization tools. They want to be able to monetize everyone's stream so they can make more money, because Twitch is definitely needing that if they're going to fix their servers. Put the money to servers and not some useless crap, please. This VOD's gonna be very fun for me to edit. Holy crap. Oh, I need to do this really quick, because you can transform in this section. So walk into here as a human. Beasts, get out! I guess I didn't like my Zora armor. And they really hated the Zora armor, because they had to shove me out of bounds. Thank you. I appreciate it. Oh, okay, well that's a new one. I got shoved between the door and the wall. So just shove me out of bounds. A+ video game. End up in the back rooms in this way you keep on clipping. Well, I mean, that's one way to get into the castle. That does remind me, there is an interesting thing to show in this section. This... Hang on, let me make sure real quick before I do this. It has bridge, it has tower. Let me look at these saves. Okay. Yeah, so this works as I want. Perfect. It's funny you mentioned something about the back room thing, Matt, right? Where you can get clipped. Because this is something I have to show, because it's such a holy grail for this game's speedrunning scene. Oh, dear God. Alright, maybe I am going out of bounds again. That was my bad. I had the wrong scene set up there, so ignore that. You want to clip it, then go for it. It's supposed to be... What is this? It was supposed to be out in the courtyard. Why am I in here? Interesting. I don't know why it's not putting me in courtyard. Let's do... Okay, well, this is how I get back to sewer, so don't worry about that. I'll get back there fast. Where is... I don't see anything just for... Okay, here, Castletown. I think it's point 4 I want. I don't know which point it is. That's south. Yeah, this works. This is the point I need. Can't get past these guys at all. And that's what makes this, like, it's such a thing. If you can find a way to clip. This is something a speedrunner would love to know. I hit the ceiling. That's impressive. If you can find a way to get past this door in particular during this section, then you can walk up straight over the Hyrule Castle and then go through the door. This is the holy grail speedrunning for this game. Just like Wind Waker's barrier, if you can skip past this section and get past the barrier, you get the Hyrule Castle. Another thing, if I load one of these saves, we'll just use the Beast Ganon one. I need to go back to, it was Hyrule Castle. If you can find a way to wrong warp into this area, or somehow clip out of bounds. Oh, this is technically not the right save, that's right. This one? Yeah, this will work. Trust me, there's a point. You gave me a really good segue. I have to talk about it. So, just ignore all the random backtracking. What's the door? This barrier. It's one-sided. If you can get past this barrier somehow, you're in Hyrule Castle. But the problem is, to get past the barrier, nobody's found a way to do it. And that is the thing people are wishing for. If there's a way to get past that barrier somehow, then you're able to skip a majority of the game. The whole reason why, after you get Master Sword, is you go through the paces in these dungeons to go get into Arbiter's Rounds to get the spinner, so you can get to the Mirror of Twilight, so you can go into City in the Sky and get a piece of the Twilight, go to Palace of Twilight. All that is just to break the barrier. And that will get you into the final dungeon of the game, because you need a couple items to build up to the final boss. So you still need to do some prerequisites, mind you. But if you're able to do things in a very specific way, if you're able to... Oh, that's the wrong one. If you're able to find a way past that barrier, then you can skip the later half of this game. You don't need to do any of the dungeons once you get Master Sword. None of these are Castletown sewers, by the way. I'm looking for a very specific point, I guess. I think I'm going to Telma's Bar. I don't know where to go for this warp. Telma's Bar, secret passage. I think, room 6. That should be putting me up above. Yeah, there you go. Why is this Telma's Bar? Telma's Bar looks really weird in this time of the year. Oh, this file also doesn't have adults unlocked. I can't transform back into human. So I'm gonna have to do stuff with this, unfortunately. A little bit slower, but it's not a big deal, I guess. I don't know what's going on there. Should just be able to climb the ledge, but with Link saying no. There we go. That was really weird. But yeah, to go back to that barrier point in front of the castle, that is a big thing. That makes the any percent speedrun of this game still take like over 3 hours. This game has found a lot of major glitches over the years, which does do a lot in terms of breaking this game wide open. But unfortunately, that barrier locks out a big chunk of the game, requiring you to play so much extra stuff. And it's, like I said, just to get through one specific barrier. Like just recently, I think there was a discovery that made it easier now to skip the pose and Arbiter's Ground, so that's one major section to skip. And I think they were looking into that glitch a little bit to see if it was possible to use it to skip the barrier, and it just didn't work. Because it's something called displacement glitch, where it just shoves Link through a wall in a specific way, which causes him to go through it enough so you can clip through the rest of its hitbox and just go wherever you want. So in like Temple of Time, that's where it was first discovered years ago actually. You go through the door that leads to the boss. Instead of getting the giant statue with the Dominion Rod, you can just go straight into the boss room. As soon as you enter the dungeon, technically, but you need something to push you through the wall, and that was technically a displacement glitch, because you're just looking for something that messes up Link's coordinates. And now they found a way to do that with a rupee push, I believe, where it just pushes you barely into a wall, and then with the cutscene, it kind of just pushes Link even further through, so once it's done, just turn around and run through a gate. I think they tried the same thing as mentioned before with the barrier. Didn't work, because it still hurts Link, so it pushes you back out. It's just like the Wind Waker barrier. It blocks a major chunk of the game, and if there was a way around it, or through it, you can beat this game so much faster. Maybe one day they'll find a way to do it, but this game's been out for close to 20 years, and unfortunately that kind of stuff has still yet to been discovered. It's insane to think about just how well this game was held together in terms of, you know, certain aspects. And I think a lot of it was just a pure coincidence situation, with the barrier in particular. Because the whole reason why Barrier Skip was finally discovered for Wind Waker was because they found out how small the barrier technically was. pause for a second so it doesn't screw me up as I'm fixing up my character. Because I want to do this cutscene really quick as a human. Trust me. You will want to see this as human. That didn't transform me, really? Where's the 100% file then? Minilement tower. Perfect. Then I can use this warp to go into... Should be the sewers, and we saw it before. 0.3. Yes. I will change the clothes, though, because I think it just looks a little bit better for Link to be in his normal outfit. Trust me, you want to see this cutscene as human. For one, Midna's not in her solid form, she's in her shadow form, so that's wrong. Two, I'm still trying to be a wolf as a human, so I'm getting the biggest stretch of my life. Also, Midna's model's a little glitched during this, because you can still see the white in her face, like when she's looking pale from being transformed like this. But it's also in her shadow form, so it's very weird. She's like solid and not solid at the same time. Oh, sweet child. No amount of surgery is gonna fix this. You, sir, are a lost cause. It's even more weirder when he's looking around, too. I was like, how are you still making eye contact with that? During this, it's just like, oh, wait, the Master Sword. That will help you. Oh, crap. He already has it. And he looks like that. There's no saving this child. He is doomed to eternity to be a pretzel. The leg. It's so twisted. It's so long. Despite your mortal injuries. That's what we're calling it now. I'm just calling it just bone torture. Her model is still so messed up. But mine's worse. I think I got bigger. Well, at least one of us got healed. I'm still looking like an atrocity.
Go backward.
You're not even fully on my body.
And I...
Oh, look, I'm fixed. It only takes running to make my bones solid again. And I'm back to being broken. Also, Midna's back to being broken, too, because even though in the cutscene, that technically gives Midna a physical form in the real world, that doesn't take effect until after this cutscene is done. So, yeah, it's a little messed up. Still. And that's because Midna's supposed to be in her shadow form right now because I'm human. So, This is messed up. If I was a wolf, she'd be fine. But no, I'm just nightmare fuel. And it gets fixed as soon as the cutscene's done. So there's that. Now get out of here. Alright, there's one more dungeon I want to showcase. But to showcase it, I'm going to load up a different version of Dusklight, as there's one more thing I want to demonstrate that this PC version is capable of. But to do that, I'm going to swap the files around, and I am afraid of how this is going to work. So I'm going to quit the game, and then I'm going to get this set up on a quick intermission. So it's going to be a short one, but just stay tuned and be back here in just a few minutes with one more dungeon run here in the game. And then we're going to finish up our demonstration tonight of this PC port. So stay tuned. Be back here in just a few minutes. Alright, we're back, and we are playing a different version of Dusk. You might be able to tell because the version changed, and it's not even showing Dusklight anymore, because this is an older build that's been modified. So, to finish the rest of tonight's little demonstration, we're going to use the 4K texture pack just to give it some love. I mentioned before during a demonstration, I'm not the biggest fan of this texture pack, but it does look pretty nice in 4K, and that's what the game's rendering at right now. So it does make the game look pretty sharp, and certain things have been redone, like with the icon models, for example, and also the menus are a little bit different. But this version of Dusk that we are playing, and I'm saying it that way because this is before the rebrand, this one, if I hit Shift and F1, up in the top left corner, it's going to be a little hard to see in the stream, but it says Cat Deluxe. So you might have already noticed, for one, things are a little bit different because I'm using a purple tunic. This is the possibility of having a PC port now of this game. Mods. When the game was being decompiled over these years, some mods have been made for Twilight Princess. But now with a PC version and the whole code being decompiled, we have access to a full list of tools probably that devs can be using going forward. Having all the code makes it easier to make mods. So this is one mod in particular that's available right now you can try with Dusklight. You have to use a little bit of an older version of Dusk. In particular, it's version 1.0, and it's a modified version of it. But with this mod pack, you get a couple different things, like Z-button items, where now you can equip an extra item here to your Z-button slot. So here I just have the Iron Boots now equipped. And if I take away the Z-button item slot, Midna goes back to being on the Z button. So this gives you essentially the 3-button setup that's in the HD version of Twilight Princess, because GameCube had 2 buttons. Wii version had 5 technically, but 4 of them... Well, no, it was 4, because D-pad up was Midna. D-pads left, down, and right were item slots, but they only work with certain items, mainly the bottles and the Iron Boots. Everything else had to be used on the B button. So it had 4 item slots, but it's really only 1 in most situations, which was a pain. And then the HD version was the good middle ground of giving you 3 buttons just like in Wind Waker. Speaking of Wind Waker, let's first show off the armor quick toggle because it's going to lead into something. So I hit D-pad down once, I change into Zora armor. Hit it once again, back to normal. Hit it twice, now I'm using the magic armor. And you see how it's decreasing right now by just having it on, and if I get hit, I lose money. If I turn on this mod, Wind Waker Magic Armor, now you only lose rupees when you're hit, and rupees are visibly knocked out of your body. So in this case, if I get hit here again, notice how I'm dropping money, and now I can get it all back. So using this mod, the magic armor becomes a lot more usable, making it so now you can keep it on at all times and not have to unequip it every time you turn around, which is a very nice thing. This is actually a mod I do appreciate quite a lot. But we're not done yet showcasing some mods. Let's go back into the menu. Manual shielding. If you turn this on, notice now when I'm holding down L, I don't use my shield. Now I have to hold R to use it, and shield tack is now mapped to B, by extension. So this gives you Ocarina / Majora's Mask shield, which doesn't really matter too much in the grand scheme of things, but that does make it so now when you're Z targeting, you can run at full speed instead of like the half speed you normally get while holding your shield. So there's that, but then it also makes the shield a little more strategic. Speaking of shields, one big thing is shield durability here. So if I turn this on, I go fight an enemy, notice that meter's going down. My shield can only take so much damage, but it does refill over time. So if I go to an enemy like this, for example, I'm actually going to turn off the holding R shield thing because it's going to take a while. So manual shielding off. I'm going to hold fast forward here for a bit. I'm going to let the meter run out to 0. So if you use your shield enough, if you played Skyward Sword, Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom, you're used to this mechanic. The shield breaks. It's gone. For good. It's not even in my menu. So the shield durability makes the game a lot harder. And as you can see, the shields do have different durabilities. Wooden shields here don't refill on stamina. So once that's out of health, the shield is gone for good. And with the wooden shields, you gotta be really careful with them because they are very fragile by comparison. Final thing. Object storing. This is a cool one. So I'm gonna take that off your head and kill you. Now I'm gonna take this item here, and if I press the R button, it's gone. I'm now holding the helmet, which is really cool, so I can take it wherever I want. Hit the, what was it again, to pull it back out. Oh, wrong menu, ignore that. Or D-pad down, okay. So if I hold R and D-pad down, boom, there it is. Although some objects are a little buggy about this, so that's not the best example. We'll just do... What is this one? Oh, that's not what I need. I'm looking for an area so I can actually use an item that won't instant break. Okay, here we go. A box is a good example. So I'm going to store the box, and now I'm going to pull it back out, and there you go. I don't really see a use for this, per se. But I guess, say the box is here, when I break them, they can have items. So if I wanted a heart later, I guess I could put the item away, pull it out in a different room in a dungeon, for example, and then throw the pot to get myself a health refill. I guess that's like one use for object storing, because I don't know what else I would do with this in particular. But it's cool you can do it. But that's all the mods that are available at the moment. So this was made by Captain Kitty Cat, and I believe they're working on more mods for this game. I saw a couple others, like the stamina bar from Skyward Sword being added into this. A magic meter from Wind Waker. Also just the control scheme in general from Wind Waker. All that was made for the GameCube version of Twilight Princess, so you had to patch it into like the game itself. But now I believe they're working on some of those mods to get converted to the Dusk PC port. So this stuff should be coming in the future. Other things you can do is change up some meters here. So lantern's a good one, for example, here. You can change the color. Say, like, I want white on top and bottom should be, I guess, blue. And there it is. Now you can see my lantern meter has a different color to it now. So you can just customize some of the menus and also some of the coloring. So I can do curse things like this. You want to play Twilight Princess like this, then go for it. But I don't want to. So reset all these. It's cool you can do this stuff. Will I find use for the UI editor stuff? No. But it's there. And that does lead me to one other topic in particular with this. The developers of the port in general here, Dusk, they already said they're working on randomizer support. That was actually in the trailer for this. So, randomizers should be a thing, I would imagine, not right away, but in the coming future here for the PC version of Twilight Princess, which would be really, really cool. But until then, you still need to play it on GameCube. I still have shield durability on. I don't want that. Turn that off. I'll keep the armor quick toggle, magic from Wind Waker, and the Z button thing, because I think Z button items is really cool. I mean, there's not much use for that, I guess, but I'll just use the boots, I guess. Alright, so the last dungeon I want to do is City in the Sky for tonight. In order to get the City in the Sky, you gotta do this whole long side quest. After you beat Temple of Time, so you need the mini rod, power it back up, go through a whole side quest section to get Ilya's memory back, except you don't need to finish it. So rip her memory. Then you collect these sky characters so you can actually move the statue. It's a whole mess and it takes a very long time. But you don't need to do any of that, because of course you don't. If you get a precise angle, what you can do is walk into the statue here in particular, transform into wolf, and then you just phase right through it. Oh, that just crashed. I think I know why. The mod. I gotta turn off the Z button items. That makes sense. The mod even has it flagged saying experimental, so use with caution. Z button items, it's not gonna work if you have to call Midna for anything. So once you try to use Midna, the game is not gonna be happy. Really hard to do this with quick transform because of how fast you gotta go with it, and it's a button combo. There we go. Alright, the game's not gonna crash now because why it crashed before was because of this. Now I can hit Z for Midna and it's fine. Alright, so I'm gonna warp the cannon, but except that guy is watching us. What guy? There's no one here. So if I can go over into this area, we can just warp. Just pull up the map and then pick a spot. And the game's like, alright, that's cool. We'll warp. Which is funny, because in here, Restore 1.0 glitches, guess what that restores to? The soft lock that Nintendo had to issue fixes for back when this game first came out on the Wii. There was a nasty soft lock in this section where if you saved and quit before you warped the cannon away, that NPC character in particular, he would still... The bird's watching me. He would still technically count on the screen even though he wasn't in the room anymore, and the game would be so confused to a point where it was impossible to proceed any further in the story. You were never able to warp the cannon, and therefore you had a dead save. Nintendo had to issue a fix for that, and I believe the fix was you had to send your Wii or a save on an SD card in. I can't remember if it was the physical system where you just send an SD card with your actual save. Then they would fix the save for you so you can actually do the City in the Sky section and onwards, which was a major headache. So they immediately reprinted the game only like, what, maybe a few weeks into its launch? Something like that. It was very fast. And the reprint fixed this issue. as going forward, GameCube version, any other newer versions of the Wii and Wii U, fix the soft lock, so if you saved and quit before you warped the cannon, the guy being nearby didn't count anymore because he was not in the room. It just reset the state where you had to go back in the room and he follows you. There's a really nasty glitch, which is funny because years later, a similar glitch was found in Skyward Sword, but Nintendo found a way to software patch it. So they had to re-release the game yet again and fix it on the disc. But if you were one of the people who suffered from the glitch, you were able to just download a save program on your Wii with the Skyward Sword save channel, which just updated it for you. Oh, and because I'm playing an earlier version, technically, of Dusk, or Dusklight, I'm going to keep on confusing the names because it was known as Dusk for, like, months until the rebranding. The grass textures don't work correctly with texture packs. So the grass is looking back to ugly. Which is kind of a shame because of the 4K texture pack making things look really sharp, but not here. At least for grass. I'm gonna put back on Z button. Ooh, you can't do Z button item here. All right, so we're just not using that at all for the rest of the night. I think actually, let's not use that version anymore. We don't have to. Just give me 1 sec. And we will use the other version. I'm just gonna move over that texture file. Because again, I want to give at least a little love to the 4K texture pack, because everyone's using it right now. So a lot of people probably want to see what it looks like before they download it themselves. Ah, perfect. This save put me exactly where we wanted to be. So we lost no time from that. And there's how the grass should look now in this texture pack. Nice and detailed. So you want to learn a super easy thing you can do at home in terms of a sequence break? Something that is so trivial that really shouldn't be a thing. And it exists in every version of the game, including the Wii U version, to my understanding. Well, pay attention, because this is such an easy skip that anybody can do it without learning anything. Right here, transform into a wolf and just walk very slowly towards this door until you see the word open appear on your A button. There you go. As soon as you see open, go through the door, and congratulations! You just entered the main section of this room, and the fan has never turned on. So this works in every version of the game because the trigger's in the same spot in every version, so big oops. But how that trigger worked is that in order for the fan to turn on, you walk past a certain line before you open the door into the main room, which is supposed to be in front of the door. So once you walk close to the door as a human, you walk past that trigger. The funny thing is, though, the wolf goes past the trigger with his head, and that's what puts you in distance to open the door. So if you get close enough as the wolf, you get close enough to open the door without ever hitting the trigger to turn on the fan in the main room. Hence how now we just keep it off for the remainder of the dungeon, which makes getting to the boss key so much easier, because once I have the double claw shot, I can just go straight for boss key. But we're going to do another skip here that will also screw things up in this dungeon, but in our favor. So right here, I'm gonna grab a key. And now when we get the key, we gotta go back to the main room. This is another one that's pretty easy. I would try it on your own copy of the game to see if you can do it, but don't feel bad if you don't get this because it's another trigger skip. But if you do this, it's another big time saver. So get close to this ledge and then hookshot to this P-hat. Then from here, you want to target this wall, just like so. So I'm using C up to line up. Now I'm gonna wait for the wind, and as soon as it starts blowing, I'm gonna let go and swing my sword. Just like that. And we just jumped over another trigger, which will never activate for the remainder of the dungeon. So, normally, when you cross that bridge, the boss of this dungeon itself, it flies around as we've seen coming into City in the Sky. And during that specific section, when you get the first key, you cross the bridge, and once you cross it and get back to the door, the dragon flies by and just swoops over the bridge, destroying it in the process. But if you jump over the trigger like I just did, that's never going to happen. So now that dragon is never going to break that bridge. It's going to permanently stay unbroken at that point. It's going to be solid the whole time. Which actually screws up the game a little bit in our favor. Excuse me. So now if we go and save our game and quit, it's going to put us back over to where we got that small key from earlier. Because it's a failsafe put in the game that if you save right before that bridge gets destroyed after you get the small key, it puts you next to where that chest would be at the small key to make sure players don't get themselves stuck in an unbeatable game. But because we skipped the trigger for the bridge being broken, that flag for where our save puts us doesn't get reset back to just the entry point of the dungeon. So now we can just go back over to where the key is with our save at any given time, but the dragon's never going to destroy the bridge, so it's a nice shortcut for us to skip the main room's door so we never trigger that ceiling fan. Sounds complicated. And because it kind of is, let's not kid ourselves, this dungeon's a very interesting puzzle. And once you figure out how to skip a lot of different things, you're solving this puzzle in some very interesting ways. Okay, I wasn't expecting that wind, so I just got a weird jump because of that. I'm gonna take this a little bit slower now so I don't jump off to the abyss. I would like a heart drop. That would be ideal. Notice no binking. Notice no heart low sound. It's gonna say blinking, and I said binking instead. I don't know what that is. I don't want to know. Oh, also, easiest boss section here. Charge up a spin attack. Let go. And these guys fall off the ledge. So, spin attacking doesn't count as a one-hit KO, but they fall off the ledge, so it might as well be a one-hit KO. It's extremely convenient for us, the player. Alright, now let's see. Can I get a heart drop here? Well, at least there's one. Alright, but from here, we're pretty much playing the dungeon normally until we get to the room with double claw shot. Because once we get to the mini-boss to get double claw shot, that's when things are going to start getting interesting again. I will say, this texture pack, though, the 4K textures, interesting. I don't know if I like the redesign for the items in particular, because I like how the original game looks, and that's an argument a lot of people have had with this 4K texture pack. Some people may like it, some people not gonna like it really that much. It's a love-hate relationship for me, because I like some things about it, but other things I think are a little too much altered, and that's the complaint a lot of people have with the 4K textures. It's just slightly different enough from the original game's look And some people may not be the biggest fan of that. But thankfully, this is not the only texture pack in town. So you can use multiple textures. I love just being able to use whatever textures for this in general. If you can, I would download one of these packs, whether it be the Twilight Princess HD one or this 4K pack. Don't use the original game's textures because they are very blurry. So you will notice that. I gotta put this down. That way I can equip. Please let me equip. Oh, it's Boomerang, idiot. I was trying to equip Iron Boots, it was the Boomerang the whole time. Use one of the texture packs because the original game's look, when you're upscaling it to 1080p and higher, you can tell it's an old GameCube game when you're doing that. It's definitely starting to show its age on textures. Because model-wise, the game still looks really good. Art direction-wise still looks good. But it's the quality of the Blue Rupee. It's the quality of the textures that unfortunately have aged the worst. Now, remember before I said that things are going to get interesting again once we get to the mini-boss. Watch and learn. Turn around, roll. Turn around, take off the boots, roll. Turn around, pull out your hook shot. If you do it just right... Missed it. I'm gonna just wait for you to come over because I'm gonna reset right now. By the way, if you're gonna try to do this skip, turn off fast Iron Boots because it actually messes it up. You need the Iron Boots on for the first part because you need a slow roll and then a fast roll into the final piece. But if you do this just right... Stall there for a second. But if you do this just right, you don't have to fight this boss at all, and you can barely hookshot the hookshot target behind you. It's pixel perfect. This is why there's a very specific setup that was made to make this more consistent, but it's not perfect as you can see. Failing this multiple times is still not as slow as just fighting the boss, so it's fine to fail this multiple times. Again, this is extremely precise. Take them off by like a pixel or two of my aim, and that's enough to make this not work. I will get this. I'm gonna be trying until I get. There we go, got it. See how precise that is? It's by like the last unit of aiming. It's pixel perfect. But if you get it just right, there's your double claw shot. And now we want to reset our game so we can get back into the main room of the dungeon. But remember before, we skipped the bridge destroying cutscene. So it puts us back here, where you get the small key as that failsafe. And because I mentioned before, we skipped the cutscene trigger. That cutscene will now never play in this dungeon. So this bridge here, linking the left side of City in the Sky, will never get destroyed. This will always stay intact. Which is very convenient for us, because then we can just walk over here like this. Doesn't trigger anything. No cutscene to stop us, and now we can just go back over to this section so we can get back into the center room as fast as possible. And I'm going here specifically because then I don't want to do a double claw shot thing, just so I can get into like this part. Just saves a little bit of time, just a tiny bit. But now we want to go get that boss key, because that's all we need. Just like the other dungeons I played tonight, all we need to beat this set area is the item, and then a boss key. We don't really need much else. You're not supposed to be here, though, so get out of here. So I go up here, re-equip the Gale Boomerang, not Iron Boots. I aim up on this ledge in particular. Okay, good, you didn't see me, because I missed the target. I don't know how. Not a precise shot, but that's actually not as bad as it looks, because it's just very simple to set up. Alright, so I aim right here, pull out sword, do a jump attack, and just barely cross the ledge, so extremely convenient there. And now we're at the room that gives us the boss key. Now from here, you're supposed to use some fans in the next room for a double claw shot sequence. But we're not gonna ever turn on those said fans. Instead, I'm gonna leave them off. And I'm gonna show, if I go back into achievements, let's clear the long jump attack one again. We're gonna cross this whole area without using these fans to actually push us around and use double claw shots. So instead, I'm gonna jump up to this specific fan, walk over as close as possible, and I'm gonna pull out my boomerang, lock on once there, lock on 4 times on the left, pull out sword, jump, jump. Congratulations, there's your long jump attack achievement. Before I go any further, I'm gonna get me some health here. And now we're at the very end of City in the Sky. All we gotta do now is go to the boss room. And this is the first instance where you see a mini-boss get replaced now into a standard enemy. But thankfully, we don't need to fight these guys. We hookshot up here, hookshot up to the fan, and then activate the fan. They're just gonna ignore us, which is good, because these stupid enemies are the worst things to deal with, and we don't have to fight them at all. There's only one required fight with that enemy in the entire game, and it's at the very end of the game in Hyrule Castle. Now, 2 of the hardest enemies in the game, you only fight once in a speedrun. Well, for any percent, really. And then this section is just as normal. Just climb up. Wait for the fans to line up in a very specific area so you can hookshot up. And then you just ride the fans around the room until you're at the boss door, and that's it. This is the whole fight. Now, I'm gonna opt to not fight this boss. Like, I'm gonna be 100% honest, I don't want to. Because the boss of City in the Sky is just an auto-scroller, and it takes a good, like, 10 minutes to fight. It's not fun. I just wanted to go through the whole dungeon, because I just wanted to showcase how cool this dungeon is if you're just doing a speedrun. It's so fun to just jump around to so many different sections, and it's super broken. It was worth showing just for that. Yeah, airfoils are so hard to fight in this game, which is why it's nice. You only have to fight one if you're doing any percent. Like, again, the only one you're fighting is the one in Arbiter's Ground. Or not Arbiter's Ground. Hyrule Castle. Excuse me. I just want to look at this area before I warp out of here. And the dragon. I have a save state we'll load up. Because I'm going to fight Zant really fast. And then we're going to go straight to the final boss cannon. So we can see credits. And then we'll be done. I just want to see Dragon in 4K. He doesn't look that different, actually, in 4K. Not that much sharper or anything. The armor looks a little darker. That's about it. I don't remember the armor being that black before. I remember a little bit more gray in it. Alright, but that's it. That's all I'm doing for this. So let's go... Here we go. Zant. Fun fact! When I was playing this game myself last week, I downloaded a Twilight Princess mod for the textures that was incomplete. So when I got to the Zant fight, Zant was just green. Like the whole armor, nothing but green. And then after I died against him because I was playing with ×8 damage and I had like 6 hearts, then the game crashed. Uninstalled the textures and then it was fine. It was definitely a cursed moment, that's for sure. Yeah, I had to fight Zant at the very least, because this is one of the best boss fights in the whole game. I know people would be disappointed if I didn't show off this boss fight for this demonstration. Shoutouts to the Twilight Realm Discord, which, you know, that's the Discord made specifically for Dusklight. It was made by the development team for their community of people. Shoutouts to that Discord, because that's where these save states came from. Without those save states, we wouldn't have as easy of a time jumping around things tonight. I don't have water bombs at all in this file. Okay. Interesting. You would think they would at least had one pouch of water bombs, but no, nothing but bombs. Start swimming. If you're close enough to those 2 back heads, then Zant will spawn in one of the 2 heads in front of you. So it makes it a 50-50 shot of where he's gonna be. Much better than the 1 in 4 chance of being in the middle of the room. Now let's finish the rest of this game in the purple tunic. Seriously, this boss fight's so good. It's one of my favorite boss fights in the whole franchise because of just how interesting it is, to say the least. It's a bunch of refights from a majority of the dungeons you visited in the beginning of the game, and then just randomly snow peek. Fun fact about this one, this boss is the only reason why you need the ball and chain to beat the game. Because if you're doing an any % speedrun, you can skip this item, but this one fight, this one specific part of the fight, is the whole reason why you need the ball and chain. Because Zant will take any damage in the initial part of his giant phase here by anything but the ball and chain. He is hard-coded to only work with one item. But then once you knock his foot down and he shrinks to normal size, then you can use any weapon to fight him. So that's very unfortunate. You go to Snow Peak in a speedrun just to get the ball and chain for one fight. I think it makes a little bit of the game easier though, so, you know, it has some benefit. It's just a major time waste. And GG's. There's one thing left, but I think for this last thing tonight, we're gonna take it up a notch and do a damage multiplier of times 8. We're gonna fight the final boss of the game, Ganon, with extra damage. So let's look at... what would that be? The start. Would it be P or Puppet Zelda? We're just... it's not Z for Zelda. You know what? I'm just gonna make this easier myself. I got manual warps, and I'm just gonna use those. Let's finish this demonstration with the final boss fight of the game. End it in style. Do I have any empty bottles in this file? I do. I don't need the empty bottle. I just think it's funny. Serious tradition. I pulled it out too late. Let me pull it out early. Fortunately, it does waste some time in this fight because she always starts with an energy ball here. But where'd you say he? Because that's Ganon in there. I don't know how pronouns work when you're being taken over by an evil demon. So, they will shoot an energy ball. We'll be politically correct here. Started all the way back in Length of the Past with the bug net. We can use random items to deflect energy balls back in the Ganon. Such a random thing, which I don't know if that was ever intended to be a real mechanic or was just a side effect of how things worked in Length of the Past. So it became a staple glitch, because it had to be added in every game up to this point. So, bug net, Length of the Past, Bottle and Ocarina of Time, Wind Waker, Twilight Princess. And then that was pretty much it, because after this game, they didn't do a boss fight that had an energy ball rally anymore. So, the tradition of bouncing back energy balls with goofy items kind of stopped here. I mean, you can still use goofy items in games against boss fights. Like Skyward Sword has the whole bug net thing where you just wave the net in front of Demise and then he just gets distracted. They get some free hits. So, I mean, the staple glitch thing is still kind of there, but in a different way. It's not the same. Ganon looks very hairy with this model. I can just see more hair follicles with his textures. I gotta move. Because I didn't have the bow out. Kind of missed my opportunity there. I think I just did a little bit more damage there because I didn't do a full combo. So I shouldn't have to do as much damage against Ganon now. There you go, finally. For those wondering, I'm not going to shoot him anymore with arrows because at this point, if I try to shoot him with an arrow, he will dodge the shot. So I don't want to hit him with a weapon anymore. Instead, I want to do the Midna grab. Also, fun fact about this guy as well, you can try this on the PC version now because of the warp system. Come into this boss fight without Midna in particular. So just be the wolf without Midna with you. It doesn't work right because Midna is the character that grabs Ganon. And because of not having Midna when you're a wolf in the first half of the game, if you're here without Midna on your back, then you can't do any damage here to this boss. You need a projectile or Midna. And if you don't have either, you're never hitting Ganon on the stomach. In the second half of this portion of the fight, you do need to have Midna in particular. So imagine not getting through Midna's Lament, because that gives you the physical form of Midna in the light world. Alright, before we go any further here, I need to demonstrate one thing about this fight that a lot of people don't know about. So we're going to turn on the input viewer for this specific section, move it over into bottom left as I like it. In this section here, Zelda is the one that has control of the light arrows, not you. So, you can't really hit Ganondorf with consistency. You're relying on Zelda's aim in particular. And a lot of players struggle in this section because Zelda usually misses her shot because of bad AI. At least, that's what people think. Pay attention to the input viewer there, because the direction you hold your analog stick, that is where Zelda is aiming. So if you're missing your shots, it's because you're not aiming towards Ganon. Sometimes, though, he does just outrun your shot, so sometimes it's actually him that's at fault, not you. Okay, he was barely out of reach, so my targeting got let go. You need targeting. That should be able to hit him. But yeah, that fight isn't as random as what everyone thought, because it's based on where you're holding your analog stick for where you're actually hitting Ganon. And by the way, just to confirm, we are still on 8 damage. So when I took those 2 hits, I lost almost half my health. But now we're into the final fight. That glowy bit in the middle looks really weird on this texture pack, because it looks like he has RGB inside of his chest. Alright, final boss of the game is not without its weird quirks. You wanna fight? Fish. Holy crap, that did that much damage. Here, fishy, fishy. Get distracted, idiot. I only like doing that in the beginning because I swear it gets me hit more times than not later. So I'm just gonna do this normal now. Thankfully, we have the dodge roll, which makes this fight way easier. Because if you get behind Ganon, that's how you do damage, which you do consistently with a backslice. Oh, wow, he actually got a double hit on me, so that did the damage. I actually had, I think, one more attack left on him, and then he was dead. Where does that put you? Because I don't know if I've ever died against Ganon before. Oh, it just respawns here. It looked kind of weird. I'm like, wait a minute, where am I now? Did I get spawned outside? You know, I actually don't mind dying there against him, because now this is a one-hit KO. Now it's even more challenging, and I actually prefer that. Give me the challenge. Come on, do your charge. I want to show the charge. Dude, this is so cinematic. Which, to be fair, there's a recording mode in this, which gives you the most cinematic view. It also turns off the music if you're making a YouTube video. But if you want a middle ground to that, here we go, minimal HUD. Music, no HUD. I can't wait for you forever, man. I want you to do a charge, we won't do it. I shouldn't have backflipped. I would have actually dodged that. Why won't he do a charge? I swear, he barely charges, which is such a cool mechanic in the fight, and then he's like, nah, I don't feel like it. It's too easy. I'll just sit here and just wait. It's so weird how this respawns into the fight, because it doesn't look right. Oh, because I can't see the HUD, I didn't know when to press the button anymore. I'm just gonna jump attack, because that will guarantee me getting in the charge. I just find that really dumb. It's like, wait a minute, I don't know how to do this now, because it doesn't tell you. It's a very specific time to hit the A button. And if you miss it, you get hit. I'll do one charge because of how finicky he's being right now. Because you see, again, he just refuses to do it. He started the fight earlier with it, and now he's just wanting to do the jump. Which is so dumb. I don't know if there's a consistent way to make him do charges. I just want to do one because of how cinematic it would be without the HUD on. Like, want to be a certain distance away so that he doesn't want to attack you. Yeah, there we go. Can't be too far away because then he'll teleport. Get stun locked, idiot. GG's! And you know I had to do the one thing. For the fans. Here come all the achievement pop-ups because of how this file is set up. And now for the symbolism that will make no sense because this was a demonstration and not a story playthrough of the game. He's surviving only just by a little bit of energy. Body can barely hold on. And then we're going to see a face we saw of all of, like, what, 10 minutes during tonight? Mainly from his boss fight. As Xant's about ready to conk out. That's where you see Xant. And Xant just says, nah, man, you wouldn't save me. You can go die. That's symbolism. Because Ganon wouldn't save Xant. Xant didn't save Ganon. That's what that whole scene means. Now, I need to preference one more thing before we go any further here. In my settings. Where is the thing again? Yeah, minimal HUD. Turn that back off. In cheats, fast iron boots is set to off. That is not working at all. So with that in mind, this is normal iron boot speed during the credits. No modifications, no cheat codes. What you're about to see is just Link's willpower to see his friend. Nothing more. This is even funnier in context if you have magic armor with 0 rupees. Same effect, because magic armor is just iron boots. It's just so dumb. The whole time he couldn't do that, and now he can do it without any cheats. He can run at full speed with iron boots. And there's Midna's true form. Something we have no idea about at all. Again, this was a demonstration run tonight, not a story run.
Crystal again. Won't have a repair. You forget we build space. Hot for report?
I think that was English in there somewhere. I think that actually was proper English in there somewhere. That's not even a joke. I think that's one of the lines that was rearranged to sound like gibberish. But yeah, there you go. That's everything I wanted to show off tonight with the PC port here of Twilight Princess, Dusklight. This is a very impressive port with all these different options that you've seen here in all these different menus. There's so much to go over. I can't even touch on everything. Warps to take you everywhere, editors to do whatever you want in the inventory, which is great for practicing. Not to mention a whole other set of menus here where you have hitbox viewers, you got debug options, heat viewers. Like, there's a lot of different things here we didn't even fully explore. Because look at all these different menus. There's so many menus. I couldn't touch on all this because there's just so much in this game. It is insane. Which one's the save editor? Which key? See, there's so many. I'm just gonna X this proper. I don't know which is which. There's so much that's baked into this port. And I didn't even mention just how good this port is in terms of menus, because all of this is controller navigable. Like, there's been some PC ports I've played, mainly in the decomp scene. That's just the graphics menu up above. We gotta use a mouse. But this is fully playable with a controller, and as long as you're not playing in actual 4K resolution, because this menu is basically impossible to read at 4K, 1080p at lower, this menu is so easy to read from a very far distance, like playing on a TV. So I gotta give him credit on just making the menus on this super user-friendly. Some of the best I've seen in any PC port, recomp or decomp. It's such a great interface. In terms of stability and performance, this just runs beautiful. The whole time this game is running over 100 FPS constant at high resolutions. And the game is still internally running at 30 frames per second, but the graphics are at 60. It's a form of frame interpolation. The tick rate, from what I understand, is still at 30. Everything else can run at 60 and up. So you get that smooth look while the game still functions correctly, not breaking things in the process. It's kind of the standard that's been used in these PC ports to add more frame rate, while still keeping the internal game logic from breaking apart. It's the best way of handling things. It's like frame generation in modern games, but it doesn't suck. That's the best way to put it. Because frame generation in modern titles is not a solution to give you more frame rate. It's not. Not at all. So this is the better way of it being handled. Plus these old games, you don't have to worry about having the highest end hardware. I mean, I can play this whole game if I want to on my Android phone. Easily. The entire thing start to finish with no performance problems on a cell phone now. It's insane. And from what I understand, this is not on the Switch, but there have been people that have been porting this code to work on a modded Switch. So this is technically possible to play on a Switch if you have your system modded with Homebrew. And I've also seen that people got this port to work on the Xbox Series systems via developer mode, in the same way Sonic Unleashed Recompile worked too. It just runs on an Xbox Series, no problem, which is very impressive to see as well. It just shows, no matter what hardware you have, you can probably play this game. Now, mind you, this is not like a lot of the N64 games I've shown off in the past, so it's going to take a tiny bit more horsepower to play. No pun intended, I forgot this is going to be the scene with a horse. You'll need a little more horsepower to play. Like my Steam Deck, for example, was starting to struggle playing this game at high frame rates once I was starting to bump it past 1080p. In 4K, this game is running at around 30 to 40 frames per second in a lot of areas, so if you want the higher frame rates on some systems, you might have to bump down the resolution. But you can easily do that in this. There's so many settings to tweak, you can get this to run just as what you need. Especially with these texture packs. I'm playing the game in 4K with a 4K texture pack right now. This is insane. This is better than playing on the Wii U. It looks way sharper. So you can customize this experience to what you want. My personal preference is playing with all the settings maxed, around 4K on the rendering scale, and then playing using the Twilight Princess HD texture pack. So I'm playing with the Wii U textures, with the GameCube version, in 4K. That's my preferred way of playing this game, because it looks beautiful, it runs great, not to mention, you have so many different things to play with, so if you're having problems in certain sections, you can use cheats, warps, save editors. It's just the best way of playing the game right now. And it's not going to be the only PC port of this game, because this was the second PC port that was announced for Twilight Princess. And that's why I just find funny, because this one came out first, for one. And this wasn't even the main one being developed first, or at least from what we saw in announcements. There's another PC port in the works called Courage Reborn. From what I understand, the big difference between Dusklight and Courage Reborn is that Dusklight is built mainly for speedrunners in mind, so it keeps the game in its original state. It's not modifying the code to make it play any different. It's the original GameCube game with your extra quality of life stuff like stacked on top of it. Courage Reborn, on the other hand, is going to be more like a rework in the code, where it's actually going to start changing some stuff that will make it more like a proper remaster, similar to the Wii U version of the game, but still improving upon it in the same way Dusklight is. So they're going to be like two different versions, but very similar to each other at the same time. And as a fan of Zelda in general, I'm like, oh man, 2 cakes! Because when it comes out, I'll be excited to try that one out in the same way as we tried this one out tonight. I don't know which one is going to be the definitive version when it comes out. Both are going to have their pluses and minuses, obviously. Dusklight is probably just going to be the way to go to play for most people. I think Courage Reborn is being worked on in a way that will work on more devices. Like, I think that's actually going to have Nintendo Switch support from the dev team. So if you have a modded Switch, it'll just work out of the box on that system, compared to this, you having to fork the code and make your own version. So again, it's just a nice, sweet, we got 2 cakes situation coming up soon, because it doesn't matter what flavor you want. Dusklight, Courage Reborn, you're just going to have some solid PC versions of the game to play, which is great. And I can't wait for this game to get randomizer support, because you know I'm going to be playing a full rando on the PC version. I can't wait for that. I haven't played a rando in over 2 years, so I'm looking forward to doing that myself at some point. But I'm going to wait now, knowing that that's sometime in the distant future. Maybe not as far in the future as I would think. It's going to be something I can do in this. By the way, those textures are flickering like crazy. So that's fun. I don't know if that's the texture pack or the game running at the higher frame rate that makes that do the flicker. Because I think of Ocarina of Time with the ending there getting a little screwed up with anything past 20 frames per second. As the final cutscene, you're talking to Zelda, she like snaps her neck for a moment and then puts it back in place. And it happens at high frame rates. This definitely looks like a high frame rate issue with the tear from Midna. That looks very jittery. Ooh, wow, it looks like an actual spider web. That looks really cool, actually. It's not the same cracks as you see in the normal game, so this 4K texture pack is taking some liberties with cracks. Of all things. But still, looks pretty nice. Such a shame. That's the only time in the story, by the way, you see Midna. This game and Hyrule Warriors, because of its weird time plot, are the only games Midna appears in. And that's why. Because of how she breaks the mirror at the end. To make sure this world and the Twilight world does not have the same issue ever again. But in terms of lore, that keeps Midna from coming back in future games, which is a shame. I hope they find some way to bring back Midna in other titles in the future. Kind of like how they finagled it with Hyrule Warriors, because she's a really good character. But she's only really used here. But yeah, no, this is a solid port. If you want, Matt, sometime I gotta show you how to set up some of these ports, because I know you would love to play this whole game this way too, if you just wanted to play TP again. Because it's not to say that I wouldn't play other versions anymore. Because I still would go back and play the Wii U version because it has some extra content and quality of life that this game doesn't have on PC. So you still have your benefits of playing other versions, don't get me wrong on that. But if I'm just wanting to sit down just to play the base game, I think I'm just going to be playing this version going forward. At least for now, because again, I don't know how the other PC port's going to look. We'll see when it eventually comes out. But I just see myself playing this PCD compiled version compared to the original GameCube, Wii, or even Wii U just for the base adventure, because it just looks so much better. It runs much nicer being at a higher frame rate. Plus, I can play it portably on whatever device I want. So, that gives me a big plus as well, and anything that I can take on the go like that is always a nice plus. I would like to see both Wind Waker HD and Twilight Princess HD get a Switch port at some point. We've been saying this now for like 8 years, and that continues to go into the foreseeable future. Switch or Switch 2 at this point, it doesn't matter which one, just give us the ports from the Wii U. Get them off the Wii U prison, and put them on the modern systems, Nintendo, because this right here, this port, shows how much people are wanting to play this game again, especially in HD. There was so much excitement from people online when this just dropped last week. I seen so many people excited for the news that this was getting a PC port. And when it came out, there were so many posts about it. So many people live streaming the game, making videos on it, talking about it on social media. People were very excited to play Twilight Princess again. This is a game that gets a bad rap because it has a very slow start. The item system makes you use items for like 5 minutes and then you put them in your bag for the rest of the adventure. So the item system gets a bad rap as well. Not to mention the difficulty of the game. It's on the easier side. So these are complaints people have for Twilight Princess over the years, and I would say when it came out, it was polarized. It was a love it or hate it game for a lot of people. But you look back at it now, and a lot of people had a really big appreciation for Twilight Princess, myself included. I always liked this game when it came out, big Ocarina of Time fan as I am, and this is basically building off the Ocarina blueprints. I really enjoyed this title myself, and I've only grown to love it more over the years, playing the Wii version first, then the Wii U version, getting to try the GameCube version years later, and now playing this PC version. It's a solid game, no matter how you're playing it, and I would love to see this game finally get off the Wii U. That'd be so great. But until then, we got the PC port, or ports, soon enough, to play in the meantime. Shoutouts to the Dusklight team and everyone involved in this port, because you guys did a great job getting this game not only decompiled, but now ported over the PC. This is insane to see that this is a thing. And to think there's a second one coming too. It's like, oh, I can't hold back the excitement, man. I really can't. For me, it feels like Zelda Christmas. I said this on social media, but when this came out last week, this is the most excited I've been for one of these ports since Sonic Unleashed Recompiled came out last year. Because this is so much fun to play in this state. It's amazing to see all the mod support that is now going to be coming to this in the future because of the decomp as well. It's just endless possibilities of what we can see in this game. Oh man, I'm so excited. Don't be surprised, because I'm going to say this right now. I originally had plans to do another hard mode Zelda playthrough this year. And I'm actually going to change what the game was, because I was originally thinking of playing a different title with some damage multipliers, 100%. But now... Oh, I forgot that just resets you. Interesting. Now, because this version has the damage multiplier of times 8, I have another game in my pool I can pick. So don't be surprised if one day I just feel like saying, hey, do you guys want to see a 100% playthrough of this game on PC with a damage multiplier times 8? Hero mode from Wii U, Ganon Amiibo, fuse together times 4. Now fuse it again and get a times 8 damage. It would be a fun idea, and it's topical for this. Plus, it'd be a good way of celebrating the 20th anniversary of this game later this year. So don't be surprised if this would be something you'll see maybe in the next upcoming weeks. Because like I said, I can't hold back the excitement that I have for this being a thing. This is so cool to see. And there's more coming for this game because of another port. More updates for this specific version. Not to mention mods. I can't wait to see the future for Twilight Princess. Oh, I'm just getting goosebumps just talking about it. But I have to stop here, because if I don't, I will be on a tangent for the rest of the night talking about all my excitement. So, for now, we must bid adieu to Dusklight. That was a lot of fun. And, oh, because of the crash before, my music didn't restart. That's okay. Got it fixed. But this has been a lot of fun. Hopefully you guys enjoyed this showcase tonight of the PC port of Twilight Princess Dusklight. If you know where to look, you can easily find this. It's available on pretty much any computer device, including phones. So you can play this on whatever you want, and it's very easy to set up. Download a file, take your copy of Twilight Princess, put it in the launcher, and go play the game. So easy to set up. But that's gonna do it though for tonight's stream. With that said, tune in tomorrow on the YouTube channel here for the final Pikmin 2 challenge video, as the challenge maps will be concluding in tomorrow's video in particular. So after that video is done, there's a few more Pikmin 2 videos I have left before that series is fully completed. Other than that, I also say, if you can, go also check out the LPR League videos on Sonic Unleashed, as that has been a very fun series for us to record in particular. And tomorrow has probably one of my favorite moments in any of the videos we recorded over these past like 15 years of the channel. You want to at least tune in for the first few minutes of the video just to see the reaction that happens in it, because it's just one of my favorite parts in that whole playthrough. So check out the Sonic Unleashed playthrough if you haven't already on the League as well. But that's all the callouts I have for you tonight, and in general, all I got for you in tonight's stream. A little bit of a longer one, but also with some of the technical issues that did drag it out a bit, and there was just so much to show off in this port. But now if you excuse me, I'm done for tonight. Thank you for watching, I hope you enjoyed, and I'll see you back here next week for some more streams. Take care and have a good night, everybody.